Hello everyone. How we all doing? Oh, hi Jax. Hey.
Listen to my story.
Let's go.
This may be our last chance.
39 months.
Samurai underscore edge runner underscore Jax just subscribed. Hello.
Hello. Hello. How are we doing? How is everyone? Oh, it is wham. Oh. We're back with more Elden Ring. I think I am on a call with Ben, but whether he's had to nip out for a second is no problem. But yes, we're back with more Elden Ring. More blasphemous DLC Elden Ring. Have you been playing the Concord open beta? Ooh, how's that been? How's that been? How has that even been? Yeah, so we managed to unlock the DLC basically last time out, and we got some stuff done. We got new weapons. I think we're going to be like just jumping back and forth between the main map and then the DLC map. It's been fun. Nice, nice. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it at the very least. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hey, Cinema. Good to see you. Good to see you. How have you been keeping? Oh. But yeah, last stream we finished, well, last actual stream of mine, we finished God of War Ragnarok. That's all done. And now we are just chilling. Happy. I've heard that sound in a long ass time. My sanctuary, my sanctuary. Oh, and that was your first. I didn't even chat and already instant subscribed. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hope you have fun at the festival. It was good. It was good playing Fortnite with you and Sav earlier. Lots of fun. Lots of fun.
Okay. I think.
Hello, Ben.
Hello. So the password was just.
Same as before. Yeah, Welshie. Yeah. Yeah. I'm in Roundtable Hole at the minute.
Well, where
Where's
have you
those?
been hiding? I took you for dead. No matter, it's all out your arms then.
I know it did that for me because I was like, oh, I'll just copy and paste it, and I forget it resets the settings, and then you're like, ugh.
Well, no, I went into the
Oh, you actually did it.
settings. Or is it?
Yeah, it's like it's init.settings, I think it's called.
Is it ERSC dot settings?
I think it is, yes. Underscore
Okay.
settings.
I was gonna say because we've got so many fucking different things here that are all different name.
Yeah, I know. The pain.
Because he's renaming files but not replacing the old ones. He's just leaving the old ones in the mod pack. So
Oh, that's
okay,
lovely.
I'm using the one I fucking need then, asshole. 17 files with exactly the same goddamn name. Or rather, slightly different names.
I'm sure we'll have to. Oh. Okay, my PC didn't crash, but the game crashed.
Huh.
so that's a new one. Hold on.
Off to a great start.
Yeah. Aren't we always?
Yup.
Okay. Sure we'll have to do it again sometime? Yeah, 100%, 100%. Let me find... Oh no, I need to go in here. Hi, Faye. Good to see you.
Audio.
The next hero in Overwatch has been added for this weekend. Oh, there's a new hero. Oh, let's go. Oh, we have a level 1 hype train as well. Hell yeah. Let me minimize all this. Because when the game crashed, I was like, oh, my PC's going to die, isn't it? I was just waiting for it to happen.
Right.
Oh, your head's spitting though? Oh, sorry to hear that, Jax. Having a bit of a headache. Oh, right. We go again.
Oh, shit.
Always.
I'm currently lurking in another chat as well because apparently No Man's Sky has decided to make a resurgence again.
Oh.
Yeah. They have a new massive update that just came out on PC and should be rolling out here over the next week or so, I think, for consoles.
For consoles.
But
Oh, is it No Man's
it
Sky
actually looks
Worlds?
really cool. Huh?
Is it called Worlds by any chance?
Yes.
I think I've seen like thumbnails of it and I'm like, oh, I remember that. I was like, oh, I remember No Man's Sky.
I mean, I'm getting back into it and I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. I've heard
Trying to get Faye into it, but she's panicking because it's a new game.
No, fair enough. I know it didn't have so much of a great launch, but I heard now it's like
Oh, no, it was a horrible launch. It was like I showed you the video, the good ending of No Man's Sky.
yeah, exactly. And it was like
The first year and a half, 2 years of the game being out, it was horrible.
it's like no.
Shit to get rid of. It's now like one of the best games ever made.
Crazy, isn't it? When you give it time. Did your IT break yesterday? Mine didn't. No. I'm just because of the amount of times my PC's crashed recently. It's just like I'm just expecting it to happen no matter what now. So.
Okay, I am in the game.
Okay.
I suggest loading out of Roundtable because remember what happened last time I loaded into you.
Oh yeah.
Fraction reality.
Yeah, we shit got real. The mooncakes were kicked in. Wait, what bonfire do you want me to go to, Ben?
What do you have?
I think last time we stopped at the DLC one in the main gate cross. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll head there then.
Yeah, that'll be fine. And let me I
Cool.
just turn my ringtone off so that way I don't get you a copyright strike when fucking Cowboy Bebop starts playing over the
Oh no. Fuck, my default ringtone is Metal Gear Solid, the alert theme. You know, when you get alerted. Dun 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 dun. I'm like, oh shit.
Oh god! Snake, you've been spotted!
Dun 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 dun.
I see, you know, it's funny you mentioned Metal Gear Solid too, because there's a buttload of messages in the DLC here that
Yeah.
all just say snake ? Snake! And they're like yelling snake because there's fucking snakes everywhere in the DLC. Like thematically, like everything in the DLC is tied to snakes in some way.
Wow.
So there's just a shitload of messages that just say snake.
Snake! Oh god, snake!
Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh my fuck. Like, there's literally a stealth section in the DLC, and right before you start the stealth section, there's like half a dozen messages that just say snake, snake, or visions of snake. You know? Seems familiar. Visions of snake.
Colonel, I'm trying to sneak around.
Exactly.
But I'm dummy thick.
Need to find that video again.
Yeah. The clap of my ass cheeks keep alerting the guards. I've seen the snake one, and I think there's a Devil May Cry one as well. I've heard.
Yeah, I don't
think-
even remember those videos. I just remember them being stupid.
Yeah, I think it's Nero and Dante, and they're like, Dante, I'm trying to sneak around. My ass cheeks are too big. It's like, okay.
It's like, alright, here we go again.
It's only for this weekend, since they're doing a big stress test for the character. Oh. Have you seen the trailer? I've not seen the trailer for the new hero for Overwatch 2. No. Didn't you say it was it a damage character? Or was it someone else? I can't remember off the top of my head. GBE, welcome in, my good sir. How was your stream earlier? Or was it earlier yesterday? I think earlier. It was good. Aye, all good, all good.
Failed to join the cooperative session. What?
Is it because I'm resting on
you
the...
have to open your thing.
Oh,
You use the tiny pot.
I have to use the pot, don't I? Please hold.
Yeah. Back into No Man's Sky slowly but surely, trying to remember all of the shit that I have.
Yeah.
I have so well because the last time I played the game like seriously
Yeah.
was 4.5 years ago.
Holy shit, that's a long ass time.
What's changed in 4.5?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's a lot of stuff has probably happened.
Yeah, so I'm just like, what is all of this crap in my inventory? What is all of this shit in my base? What does any of this do?
Why am I getting so many messages?
I mean, I appreciate that I have like 230 billion units, but why do I have all this crap? What does it do?
Our support hero called Juno. Ah. Gotcha. It was earlier, but the game crash would stop my live stream. Oh no. Sorry about that, GB. Everything's going okay. We just started. Me and Ben are just loading up into our save file now.
He's already crashed once.
Yeah, the game has crashed once already. So,
Fucking stellar start.
just waiting for the blue screen of death now. And yeah, the trifecta will be complete.
Just donk.
Yeah.
Not
Donk.
working.
Yeah.
Okay. Why? Righteous judge.
You being Juno's absolutely... Oh, is it? Oh, nice. The new character's
This dude
adorable.
is so cool. Ansbach, he's probably the coolest new NPC.
Yeah.
Righteous tarnished.
What brings you here? I just came for a stroll,
I'll
you know?
tell you what he gives you when you do his quest line.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. Thank you for the hype. Thank you for the level 1 hype train, by the way, everybody. Appreciate that. We don't normally
Can't
get
use it right now, but
hype trains.
look at this.
Oh, look at that! It's like a Reaper scythe. Let's go.
And it's got like gold inlay at the head. Look at that.
Oh yeah, you can see it's like shimmering with gold.
So cool. It's black.
It's sick.
Gold. It's sick.
That's really cool.
And the weapon art for it is awesome as well.
Oh yeah, like a blood I can imagine it'd be like something sort of like a blood steel like scythe or something, or life steal scythe, or like sweep scythe or something attack. Oh look,
If
it's
I had the stats to use it, I might use it, but I do not.
big Sag.
Let me get my
Space. Oh, she's a space support hero. Nice. Ben's really quiet this end. Oh, hang on. Let me rest of the bonfire real quick. I can turn up his volume. I can. Don't know if I can. Can I do such a thing?
This is definitely a screenshot to behold. Alright, I'll be sending you that screenshot in just a second.
Oh, just see what I'm just looking at the game and I'm like, okay. let me turn up my end then. Why is Ben just standing there? He's T-posing for dominance.
I'm just standing here, menacingly.
Tangly. Just need to grab something real quick.
No, you're fine. There's I was looking through some of the stuff that they had changed with No Man's Sky.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
apparently at one point, because they've got these things now that they call expeditions that are like the community events, the timed community events,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
are
yeah.
pretty cool. Pretty cool looking, it seems. You know, the whole like get everyone in the community involved.
Yeah, and it's like a big enemy
and
or like a
collectively, you know, reach a goal and stuff
Yeah.
and get all the rewards and crap like that. I think those things are kind of cool for a game like that.
yeah.
But one of them has a really cool looking multi-tool as one of the rewards that literally turns your like little laser tool gun thing into a fucking staff that looks like some kind of like cyberpunk meets Deus Ex meets like Devil May
shit.
Cry edgelord
Oh
vibes.
no.
Like it's so cool looking, and I'm just like, I want it. I need it.
I need it now.
Please let me get this item.
Oh shit,
Fuck you, Scorpion, and kick you in the damn face.
let me use that.
God, I hate scorpion spiders.
Spiders.
Yeah, it's funny because those things are literally called spider scorpions.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, or scorpion spiders, one of the two. But yeah,
Wow.
that's legitimately what the game calls them. Yeah, God, there's a million of them.
Cinema. When you were standing in front of me on the bonfire, it's like Cinema's like, oh, it's just like, so do you come to this bonfire often? Like, wink, wink. Are you a new
Grab your
one?
shit from down here because there's stuff.
There is. Oof. Newsflash: there is stuff.
Dead guy over here too.
Stuff. Oh, Shadow Realm rune. We'll send you to the Shadow Realm.
We're already there.
Can you unsend me, then send me back?
Hold still.
Oh, yep. Like I can, if I'm already there, I can send you out and then send you back in. Seems like a lot of work. I'll just,
Real quick.
you know, it's like I'll just stay here, thanks.
This combo dude is so much fun.
Oh, the punchy punch,
The kicks.
the punchy kicks. Whoa!
Alright, so be wary of left up here.
Okay. Oh, hello. Ow. I love how we both got attacked.
And I kicked in the face.
Oh. Ooh, Belurat Tower Settlement. Belura. Oh, Side of Grace.
Belurat is the beginning and the end, basically, because technically the boss that's up here is optional because you can do the entire rest of the DLC and then get warped back to this place past the boss of Belurat Tower to get into like the end of the DLC area, but like it's still worth doing this boss fight, especially since it's one of the ones they showed in the trailer.
Right, right. Gotcha.
And arguably, it's one of the coolest ones too.
Oh. Game's crashed again.
Your game crashed?
Yep.
Are you fucking kidding me? Dude. Dude. This is not boding well. Oh my god. Stop downloading porn while we're playing Elden Ring.
Oh dear, dear, dear. Should I? I'm just thinking now, should I like verify game files at this point? And then
No, because it's the mod, so
yeah, exactly. It's not like it's it's not like
verifying game files might screw up something with the mod. I don't know.
yeah, true. Let's try again. Oh wow. Yep. That's it's not even like dong, it just cuts. It's yeah, it just dies. Okay, so I'm at the luckily it was next to a bonfire, so that wasn't too bad.
Yeah, and you just got the bonfire too, so.
I'm gonna use the jar again. Okay, I've opened the world to wanderers. Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's just on. The thing is, it's just that it's the first time it's actually happened. Where it's just the mod that's crashing and not my PC. That's nice. Literally just the co-op mod, Cinema. I don't have anything else.
Which could be an issue with the latest update that he pushed out for whatever reason.
Yeah, it could be 1.8. That's just he's pushed out. I love how like it's like every week or two he's just like update. Like, okay.
It's a forced update.
Could be working for CrowdStrike. Oops. Too soon. I mean, whoever
Hey, at least it's suddenly daytime now.
yeah, exactly.
Kind of. As day as one can get in the realm of night.
Oh, strange. Yeah, I know. It's a bit of a weird one. I'd love to know what happened though with that Microsoft outage that happened.
Wait, what?
Oh, did you not know?
No.
Oh, there was like a global outage of Microsoft stuff, like PCs blue screening and in loop.
What? The
Yeah.
PC blue screening? How the fuck does that happen?
Airline systems weren't working, so they couldn't land or take off.
What kind of Bermuda Triangle shit what kicked off yesterday? Like, what the fuck?
It turns
Like
out.
Y2K all over again or some
Yeah,
shit.
it turns out it was there's a cybersecurity software called CrowdStrike, which is like I think it's linked to like Microsoft or Windows, whatever, and they rolled out an update which caused all that to happen.
Okay. So they're fucking stupid is what it is. They rolled
Pretty
out
much.
an untested update and
Pretty much.
blacked out half the damn planet because Microsoft is too stupid to separate their spaghetti code from other people's spaghetti code.
But then, like, I suppose because I think it's like an antivirus software, CrowdStrike. So I think it's a lot. I think it's used a lot of the bigger companies use it.
That's
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah. So people were saying it was one of the biggest IT outages in like nearly 10 years. So I was like, because there was a couple of systems with me I couldn't use. It wouldn't load at all because of what happened. But yeah. It was rough. Yeah, there's like Australia, like planes in Australia, like couldn't fly or leave, and then say a lot of stuff in systems in America wouldn't work in, and it was like, oh my god.
Wonder, because I just got an ad for Twisters, the
Yeah.
movie Twisters.
That's maybe
I
quite good
wonder if
actually.
that's supposed to actually be a sequel or a prequel, because it almost looks like they might be kind of setting it up to be a prequel.
Is it? Because I
don't know though. I won't
I can't-
know until I
yeah.
play the character games, but
yeah, I'm not sure how if it's set before or after. If I'm being honest, I did enjoy the first.
Because clearly the Glenn Powell character is supposed to be like fucking what's his name, Bill Paxton. from the original. Like I don't know if they're actually supposed to be the same person or not. That's just like we'll have to wait for the character.
Maybe it's like an indirect
But-
like link. I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's clearly supposed to be tied to the other one somehow. I
Yeah.
just don't know if it's supposed to be like a sequel or anything. And I haven't seen anything like, I don't remember if they showed Helen Hunt in any of the trailers to see if it's like, okay, definitively it's a sequel because there's Helen Hunt again and she's like 30 years older now.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Whether it's like a, like say a sequel or a prequel, or it's like a reboot or something, or. Yep, my work program wouldn't work right Friday because of it. Oh, really, Faye? It made the day so stressful I completely forgot to tell Ben because I came home and didn't want to think about work. That's fair. That's fair.
I suggest you rest.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, trains not running and no GP appointments in the UK is a normal week. I mean, you're not wrong.
Train's not running in what?
In the UK, train people on strike and trains and having no GP, like doctor appointments, is it's just a typical week in the UK. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Especially like London area.
Hey, I forgot I could do this because of the co-op mod. I have the key to the door already in my game, so I can just use it in yours.
Shortcut.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll have to come back here though. We have to come back into that room.
Mhm.
After you beat the boss up here.
Okay.
You gotta wear the helmet that you get and come back and talk to the old lady in that room.
Sure. Oh, hello.
Ow, 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 my face. Hey, can you, like, stop that?
Please. Thank you. Ding, 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 ding. Oh. Yeah, let's say I've got my rune arc on, so. Hey. These reverse grip swords are really cool.
I told you they were fun.
They're really, really cool.
I told you they were fucking fun.
That guy does not like Ben. The big swords, I know. It's like, nope, no. Hey, Lycan. How you doing, buddy? A man walks into a bar and orders helicopter-flavored chips. The barman replies, sorry, mate. You only do plain. Oh, that's bad.
I hate you so much. Fuck you. For that, you get to fight this guy by yourself. Fuck you.
That was... Oh, ow. Oh.
Yeah? See, it didn't go so well, did it?
No. I think I did hit. I took one hit and it was like, no.
And then I just kicked him in the face until he died.
You are, I mean, I suppose it is supposed to scale in it to... Is it supposed to scale to my game? Oh, shit.
Yes.
Suck at the game, then.
It scales... So, the DLC enemies will scale to your level,
Yeah.
and then...
Oh, this is...
Yeah, go get all your shit back. I have, like, no stagger potential anymore. I don't know why.
Wow, Ben, that was harsh. Wow. Probably use a... I got a rune. I got
But yeah, the enemies scale to your level. The overall difficulty rating of the DLC is based on like your blessing plus all of the extra HP and garbage.
Right.
Yeah. I saw people online saying like, "Oh, I hope they apply this blessings mechanic to future games," and I'm just like, I want to shoot you in both of your knees and cut off only your little toes, please. Like, can we not with this shit? It is such a god-awful system, and it nearly ruined the DLC for so many people. Hey.
Oh.
He's back. But...
Oh, yeah, I just noticed. I was like, what? Oh, he can get through it.
Ow! Nine. Stop getting stabbed, please. Thank you.
Why was it called the Dark Ages? Because of all the knights.
Okay, let's get our shit back and then we'll move forward.
Oh, said it was then some jokes now. Why did the banana go to the doctor? He was not peeling well.
Not peeling well.
Yeah.
I go, where's a cliff, please?
Why can't eggs have love?
No.
Because they will break up soon.
If I didn't drop my souls from dying, I would be jumping off of this cliff that's right here. Into
That right
the
there
sewage and
is
everything.
emotional damage.
Away.
Thanos. That right there is emotional damage. How
He's
was
sleeping.
Horizon liking, by the way? Oh, he's sleeping.
I'm gonna go up here. You go fight that guy.
Okay. Oh, fucking.
I'll save you.
I don't even want to say it's rustiness. It's just no, it's not.
I haven't even played in a week, so you can't even.
I know it's not. Yeah, it's just. It's one of those things. It was fun. Yeah, I saw you. I saw you were going through the
Oh.
DLC,
Wait a minute.
the Frozen Wilds DLC. Oh, I got the key that we already opened.
Oh, that's right. That's over here. Stop. All right, never mind. I was mistaken as to where. Oh, hello.
Oh,
Here often.
we are now one.
So funny. Which call it? That kind of like bug like that has happened since like Dark Souls 2.
Oh, is it?
And you know who Iron Pineapple is?
Name's not familiar. No.
He's like one of the biggest Dark Souls players in the world. Like
Right.
he,
In terms of like, yeah, does everything and
Yeah.
all the challenges and
Anyway,
all stuff. Yeah.
he's one of the biggest Dark Souls content creators as well. So, but he and some of his friends in Dark Souls 3 would troll people where they would all put on the same exact set of armor, like every piece.
Yeah.
Put on the exact same set of armor and then sit on a ladder like that after using the whatchamacallit finger thing that brings in more invaders.
Yeah.
So they would just stack like 3 or 4 people on a ladder and have like a couple of invaders come up and roll up on them and be like, "Oh, hey, there's just a dumbass sitting on a ladder," and then unpile from the ladder. it just multiply because you couldn't tell that there was more than one person on the ladder because they were all using the same armor.
Yeah.
So it just looked like one guy, and then he suddenly turned into 4, and it was hilarious. It was fucking funny.
This moment he knew he fucked up.
Exactly. It was fucking hilarious.
You were. I was inside Ben. Yes, we grabbed the
You're
ladder
just
at the same
scooting
time.
On my screen, by the way.
Hmm?
You're just scooting on my screen. You're not walking. You're just
Scooter,
literally
scooter.
just scooting.
It's good.
Exactly. He's just like his legs aren't moving, but he's still just sliding. Along.
Yeah, just don't mind me. Just sliding. Your head hurts, Jax? Maybe you lie down or rest or something. That normally does the trick.
So here's the bonfire.
Oh yeah, we're back here again. Yeah. Oh, I can level up. Ooh. Oh, my attack power is all in yellow. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so that's your scatter tree or your shadow tree blessing.
Gotcha, gotcha. So if I do 30, yeah, pump 2 into dexterity. Then so I've got 36 dexterity now, 32 strength, 32 vigor.
Nice.
Nice. And I think my stamina's like 20 something, 28.
You're still scooting.
I will always scoot.
Yeah. Lord Erectus, master of the scoot.
Why walk when you can scoot? Oh, look at the spiders. It's behind you. Oh, yep, nailed it.
That's why I have this build on right now.
Yes.
Again, I've got the pocket cheddar.
Package. Ooh, a bone bow. Oh, nice. Oh, hi.
Another scorpion spider.
Oh, yeah, I forgot I got chill on my swords.
You get frost on those now.
Frost on them.
Which is good because then you build up frost while I build up frost with my punches and kicks.
What?
Getting face fucked by a bug.
Oh.
Climb over the wall, Bolshy.
I'm- Oh. Yeah! Really? I jumped on top of it to do a jump attack and it was like, nah. Not today. There we go, got it.
Hey,
Yeah, exactly. Lord Erectus, master of the pelvic thrust. That sounds about right. Oh.
Yeah, backstabs with a dagger are vicious. They're very aggressive.
Oh. It's like, I was like, all right, then. Yep, I'll let you do your thing.
So apparently, go ahead and read the.
Oh,
the
go to
cross
the-
here
go to
if
the
you wanna
fragment.
see.
Carved words coalesce. I abandon here my arm sinistral.
Yep. Nicola abandoned his jerk-off arm there.
Oh, as one does, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta get ambidextrous, am I
And
right?
he was abandoning all of the most important parts of themselves.
Yeah. Oh, a dried bouquet. A dried bouquet.
I'm going to hit you.
That sounds wrong saying it like that too.
In fact, hold on.
I'm just waiting to get murdered.
Where is it? Do I not have it in Seamless? Did I not transfer the save over yet? Oh no, I do have it. Okay. In fact, I'm going to hit you with a bouquet.
Take that. I use the power of flowers.
Apparently, they're like metal flowers because they bleed a lot.
Oh, and they look very spiky. I'm guessing
Yeah.
they're guessing they're roses.
They're I don't know. They're covered in blood.
Ah, Ben, you sweetheart. I don't think they're the giving type.
They're the murderizing. kind.
I'm surprised like they haven't done like a film like adaptation like horror movie where there's like someone's weapon is literally a bouquet of flowers but it's metal.
I'm sure
Oh,
they'll
they're
come around if they decide to make My Bloody Valentine again.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh my god, will you hit the bird?
Oh, good for it. Hello? Why did not? Can I just like fly back
Okay.
up?
We're on. Huh? Did you fall?
No, no. The bird. I knocked the bird off so much that it like knocked. I knocked it off the roof, and it's just like, it's just chilling.
Well, that one just fell and is dumb.
Yeah. This game has everything. It sure does. It sure does. Chop people's heads off, and I like it.
Kill that dude with the pot.
What?
The dude with the pot behind you. That you keep
Oh.
skipping past.
Oh. Oh, he has a thing, doesn't he? Shit,
Yeah.
don't disappear, don't disappear.
Three breaks the pot. There you go.
Golden Horn. Oh yeah, Reverend Spirit Ash. I can talk words. It wasn't from Zelda. It was because I.
This dude's walking in place on my screen.
Is he? Oh, he is not walking place.
Not anymore. Now he's stabbing me in the face. Fuck. Dickhead.
No, it's because I had quotes on Stream Elements. That was a thing, and then I didn't know I could do it through StreamerBot, so I transferred them over when I was playing Ocarina of Time. So it thinks that I did them in Ocarina of Time, which I didn't.
All get fucked? I just backstabbed both of them.
Nice. I hate it when it's swim because you aren't able to get a grip. That was me playing Forza Horizon.
Yeah. I remember like the old school Forza games back when they were fun.
Yeah, that was me playing the newest one.
What?
Forza Horizon 5, I think it is. I think it's in the one in Mexico. Is that?
I don't know. All I know is that Forza has been kind of a whatever meh game for years, but it's definitely gotten. It's definitely been fine-tuned more for like if you're exclusively into racing sims, then like yes, this is the game for you. It's a hyper-realistic racing sim at this point, but it's not just like a general fun racing game anymore.
No, he used to be just. I I like the free roam aspect of it. You know, I will say with Horizon,
Yeah.
I do like the free, especially I think 4. I enjoyed 4 the most. Well, mainly because it was set in the UK. That helped. I just poured a lot of time and effort into it.
I had like hundreds of hours into Forza Motorsport 2, I think it was, back on the 360.
Oh, I played
I fucking
3.
loved Motorsport 2 and
3 was amazing.
3 was good. I still liked 2 more because 2 was the first one I started playing on. And I just put so much time into that. Like, I knew how to game that system so hardcore that, like, I could AFK make, like, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, 3 was the first one I played on 360. And I said I do the career mode, and I just be like, oh, I'm on year 6 now, where like you do like the tournaments and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was just yes, and but with the other ones I just didn't. But I did. I think Forza 4, like Motorsport 4, I did like 2 or maybe 1 or 2 years on that one. I wasn't as thing about it than as compared to 3.
Fucking stop moving!
The chakrams, look at them go.
And my shit's just not hitting them, apparently. It's fucking spinning around them. Whatever, at least you're getting hits on them while I'm trying to hit him.
There you go.
I don't know where the fuck that came from. That last spike was literally like 5 seconds after I cast the spell. It just came out of nowhere.
Nice.
So fucking busted.
Yeah, I think after Forza Motorsport 4, that's when I transitioned to Horizon 3, which was, I think it was Australia it was set in. I think I transferred to 3, and then 4, 5, etc.
I do not know.
Oh, my Spirit Ash blessing has been empowered. I need one more Scadu Tree blessing to upgrade that.
You need what?
One more Scadu Tree fragment. I've got 2, but I think I need 3.
Okay.
Yeah, you're just covering your psycho tendency. Yeah, true.
Psychotic tendencies, yeah, exactly.
Got me there.
Okay. Now this, like I said, this is one of the cooler bosses. You should instantly recognize it from the trailer.
Oh, wait, no. No.
Just watch.
I'm not sure how much of the trailer I watched, to be honest.
O horn-decked beast from higher sphere delivered, take root inside the tower sculpted keepers.
Oh.
And perched within, we beg of thee, rise.
Nice. Oh, shit.
Just watch.
Dance kavod, cleanse cruelty, woe, and those who plague the tower. Cleanse away this strumpet's fire.
It's just amazing that it actually is 3 people in the costume.
Wait, is it actually 3 people?
Yes, see? You can see 3 sets
Oh,
of
yeah.
legs.
Oh,
it's
yeah, yeah.
actually 3 people together in a dragon costume, or in a lion
Wow.
costume, I should say.
That's crazy.
I think that's probably the coolest thing about this boss, is the fact that it
Yeah.
actually is a proper lion dancer. Ah,
crazy.
and he hurts!
Oh, yep. Oh,
Yeah, his physics are like super wonky, so
I got 2-shotted.
yeah. No, probably not far behind you.
Music's cool though. Good luck. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need more than that. I think. Holy shit.
Yeah, he hurts a lot.
Yeah, that attack got me. I was just like, is he gonna attack now? Is he?
No.
Holy! But now it's phase 2 time. Holy shit!
It hurts so much.
Oh,
Ah, God! I'm literally stuck in a corner.
Jesus! Oh, I got hit by the lightning. Good God!
Bro! Oh, well, never mind. He threw a tornado at me. Cheater!
Cool concept. One of those Chinese dancing lions on parade. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah,
Exactly.
pretty much.
Exactly.
Relentless though. Oh yeah, 100%. So I need to rest. I'm going to use a
Loading stuff.
oh.
Alright. So you can as well summon
Oh, there's yeah. So I
someone
can.
for this fight. Her
Yeah,
name
here.
is over here somewhere, I think. If
Yeah, I
you
got it here.
wanted to, just to have extra fodder, that's up to you.
Redmayne Fraser. that the one?
Freya.
Oh, Freya. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, you can summon her if you want, just to have extra fodder if you think it'll help you live a little longer.
Yeah, probably. Extra. Pincushion.
Freya's also a very good fighter. Like, she's a really good companion for this.
She looks cool. I love her armor.
Yeah, she's a Redmayne knight, so she's a knight of Redan.
Ah, makes sense.
She's one of Redan's captains.
Oh, it's just a double attack weapon R. Whoa. There we go, there we go, there we go, we go, we go. Oh, we go, we go.
Phase 2.
Ooh, ow, 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 ow.
Yeah, ow. Ow indeed. Come on, Wilson, you can do it. There you go.
I did it. Here we go. Oh.
So I softened him up a lot for you.
Yeah, you did. You really did.
Well, that's why I stopped, because I was like, I'm not gonna just...
Yeah, it had a tiny bit of
bulldoze
health,
everything
so
for
yeah.
you.
Yeah, it had a tiny bit of health, so. I think it's this one. I think it's the one making people complain the DLC's too hard. Not that I can play these games.
What, this boss?
No, I don't think it was this boss.
No. The boss that people are whining about,
The final one,
like,
yeah.
illegitimately whining about, is Mesmer. Which, he is a dick, but he's not that bad. The boss that's a pain in the fucking ass is the final boss, which you'll see when we get there. Like, the final boss is a bitch, dude.
I think I know which one that is.
You might have seen me dealing with him, but
I might have seen either you dealing with him or another streamer, a couple of streamers I've watched play the DLC. Try and deal with him, and they've struggled hard.
well, okay, so I will say, I had infinitely more problem with him for a multitude of reasons. One, like the main thing is that after New Game Plus 1, this DLC is horrendously unbalanced, because after New Game Plus 1, the upscaling that the DLC does inherently, just to try to keep the challenge or whatever bullshit they tried to spew,
Yeah.
it scales things up so high that it's not even fun. It's barely manageable, and it's just not fun. And then, other than all of that, though, my issue as well was I was doing all of the NPC quests. So I had to summon 2 NPCs for the final fight, which meant
Oh yeah, I remember
final
watching you do
boss's
that. Yeah.
health
Yeah,
was
yeah.
4 times that of what it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
And those 2 NPCs didn't do jack shit for damage, so I was literally trying to fight the final boss with 4 times health, basically on my own, with me and my mimic. And it was horrible. It was fucking horrible.
That sounds awful.
And then on top of that, that was again pre-nerfs, so they hadn't buffed the Shadow Tree blessings yet. They hadn't nerfed the bosses yet. It was awful. It was fucking awful. Literally 6.5 hours of just smashing my head against a brick wall. And it was just with no end in sight, because of just how much, like, the sheer multitude of bullshit with that boss.
Yeah.
And another thing I noticed with it as well, after playing through it myself, and then watching Jacksepticeye do his pre-release playthrough that he did for his early copy that he got. I don't know if it was the fact that he was playing the PlayStation version or an early release version, but there's a specific attack that the final boss does that's basically like a massive AoE.
Yeah.
In the version that Sean was playing, the AoE was about half the size of what it was when I fought the boss.
Oh.
So, again, either pre-release or on the PlayStation version,
Huh.
the boss was infinitely easier because one of his hardest to deal with attacks
Yeah.
that is unblockable and, you know, really freaking hard to dodge,
Yeah.
it was half the size of what it was for me. So it was like, I don't know if they updated that to make it more difficult with release or what, but
Must
it was
have.
just like, it was just bullshit after bullshit after bullshit. So
Yeah.
annoying.
Yeah.
It was fucking horrendous.
Ooh.
Okay, so go back to the small private altar bonfire.
Yep. No. I'm surprised you did that so well. Well, you're better than I'd be. Appreciate that, Cinema.
What?
He was congratulating how well we did. Or probably more specifically
on the
you.
fight?
Yeah, on the fight. Yeah.
Hey, you know.
I poked like twice.
Again, my build right now does not work if someone is not distracting the enemy. So,
Hey, if it works, it works.
all right, this sleepy old lady. Talk to her, but put the helmet you just got on first. The one from the lion dancer.
Oh, okay. Divine Beast helmet.
Yep. You don't want to keep that helmet on. One, because it's hideous, and two, because it
It's not very
messes
good.
up your flasks.
Right.
Well, it makes your flasks deal half like efficiency.
Oh.
So whenever you go to heal, you heal like half as much, or your blue juice it does like half as much.
Gotcha.
Mm.
Mm.
Yeah, just talk to Sleepy Granny here with the helmet on.
Yeah, I am. She smelt him. Was like, oh yeah, that's familiar. And I'm like,
She smelled you.
yeah.
She can smell you.
Oh, this feels. Yeah. They're definitely dead. Don't worry about it.
Huh?
She's like, oh, I thought they'd left. And it's like, oh yeah, they're definitely still here. Wow, love the dreads. Yeah, love the dreads. The dreads are looking fine.
I implore vessel
So that the
of
sacred beast.
Have my son accompany the
Oh, she wants her son to accompany you. Okay.
beauteous collar. Take vengeance upon Mesmer.
Take vengeance upon Mesmer and his lot.
Betrayed us. They who
Son,
burn us,
that she wants to accompany you is the
let
horn
them
scent that you
feast
met
my
down by
wrath.
the Mikola Cross.
Their just deserts. My
Ah.
song will I sing in service to thee.
She gives you a scorpion stew, and if you give it to the horn scent, he thanks you and repays you.
I got a watchful spirit.
O horn-decked beast from higher sphere delivered, we beg of thee to dance and cavort.
Dance, magic,
By the
dance.
way-
Yeah, exactly.
Cleanse
By the way,
all
the voice that you heard chanting at the beginning of the cutscene for the
and the
dancing
Mhm.
lion
Yeah.
is her.
Oh, it was her.
the strumpet's vile progeny.
Makes sense.
O horn-decked foes,
Uh,
my song.
Alright, I think you're okay. If you
yeah.
got like the miracle and the scorpion stew and stuff from her, then
I don't know if I got the scorpion stew. I got the watchful spirit, but that's about it.
okay, then maybe you didn't get the stew.
My song.
Yeah, I'm trying to exhaust. I think I've exhausted the dialogue.
You might not be able to get the stew because I have one in my inventory, and you're only allowed to get one.
Ah, there we go.
So yeah, because of how the mod works with the like shared inventory type crap. Yeah,
Fair enough. That's all good.
you fix your helmet
Oh, yeah. Right, my bad.
because again, you don't want to have that thing on.
No.
Okay, so now that that's done, let's go back to. We'll talk to Moore and Sir Ansbach.
Main gate
And
cross.
we'll kind of just work our way through the crosses here, talking to the NPCs again, and then we'll head towards front, the like major front gate.
Okay. So just talk to these lot again, yeah?
Righteous
Yeah.
tarnished.
Pretty much, you want
What
to
brings
like
you here?
regularly come back and talk to the NPCs if you plan on doing their quests.
Okay, speak of the cross of the tower. Yeah.
I'm much obliged.
Yeah,
I
you're gonna tell them
suspected
about the hidden
kindly
cross that we
Nicola has
found that
visited
was
the
in the room
lands
full
which
of
hold the tower,
face-humping
and
bugs.
appears
Yeah.
intent on wholly dispossessing himself
Goodbye.
of his flesh. He must be seeking entrance to the Tower of Shadow.
Oh, you must be seeking entrance to the Tower of Shadow. Okay. Oh, pardon me.
I, for you, things. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Righteous tarnished.
I think that's everything there.
Many things.
Is anything I can actually? Is anything I can craft? Poison bone darts? Yes, please. Roa raisins.
Sorry, give us a sec. We're trying to decide what we're doing for lunch real quick.
Ah, no, we're still. It's all good. All good. All good. Actually, I might put that in my inventory with like torrent. Because if we can use it, if I can use him again, then that makes sense. Vastly restored. Bye. Oh yeah, I gotta go here, haven't I? Switch. Voila. Okay. Whew. Oh, that was a that fight was crazy though. That dancing lion. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, my phone's charged a little bit. Nice. While I wait for Ben to sort lunch, I'll just check a few things while I'm here. I mean, rest the bonfire, actually. I love how I say it's I love how we all say bonfire. It's not. It's a site of grace. Ooh. Okay. Fine. Cool. Bonfire. It is a bonfire or save point. Yeah. It's a rest area, isn't it? Like in Resident Evil. I will say that's still I still remember that when I played Code Veronica. The save room music in Code Veronica is so good.
Now, if only fucking Aunt Rhody was playing.
I know. That is a good song.
I like the Aunt Rhody save room music. I thought that was really, really good. That was probably one of the best things about Village.
Oh, they played. That was in Village? Was it not 7?
So Aunt Rhody was the song from 7. It wasn't
Yeah.
the save room music in 7.
Ah,
it was just
gotcha.
the
It was
song that
different.
popularized by 7.
Mhm.
But if you pre-ordered Village,
Yeah.
or later upgraded to the Super Ultra Deluxe Edition for Village, you got the Aunt Rhody save room music, where you could turn the save room music into the classic, like old school save room music, or you could make it Aunt Rhody.
Ah. That was a really good ending theme, actually, Aunt Rhody.
Yeah. fucking damn good song.
It's a
was
really, really good
so
song.
Like, the marketing for 7 and 8 was phenomenal.
Yeah. Sure was. And then Chris came along.
Okay, so did you talk to Freya and the Horn Scent again as well?
Well, after I spoke to those two.
After you spoke to Ansbach and Moore, did you warp over to the other one and talk to Freya and Horn Scent?
No, but I can do that.
Yes, do that now.
Okay.
That way you
So,
can
so
get
they're
more
like
story
so
stuff.
they're like the main 4 NPCs to talk to then.
Well, so there's like 6, if I remember right. There's like 6 in total.
Right.
So, and we're gonna try to do as many of their things as possible.
Okay.
That way you can experience everything. You can get, you know.
Oh yeah, that's Freya who helped us
Good
in battle.
stuff.
Gotcha.
I urge you, follow after Mikilla. As long as
Jax!
you abide by her,
Jax!
How you do that?
there will be no
I give the gifted
Thank
sub to Ben. Thank you. That's the now that's an I'm familiar with. No more ads for you. Alright. I've just spoken to both of them now.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so then I'm guessing then we go back to the Theatre of the Divine Beast and then kind of work our way through that way, or is it a different route?
No. So if you remember at the top there, you picked up a letter.
Oh yeah, that to the
Read that letter.
That to the Tower of Shadow message.
Yeah, read those letters whenever you find them, because they're letters from the like party leader, basically the company leader.
Okay, message left by Needle Knight Leader.
Yeah,
Addressed
she's
to
the one that basically sent you into the DLC. She's the one that was standing by Mikilla's cocoon in
Yes.
Moog's Palace.
Moog's Palace, right. Addressed to kindred spirits who also pursue Mikilla's trail. The gate of divinity lies in the tower sealed by shadow. That is surely where kind Mikilla is headed. We are no Emprians, but we must locate the path that will lead us there. I will follow the crosses east. So we've got to go east now.
Yep. So the big spooky castle that's sitting under the shadow tree. That's.
Oh yeah.
That's the shadow keep.
We got to
That
go.
is the shadow keep. Also,
Oh.
I keep forgetting we can do this now because of the mod.
Oh yeah, because yeah. Alright.
All right, come with me because there's one thing we want to do first before we go into the shadow keep. Shadow keep.
That looks like something out of Castlevania.
Huh?
The Shadow Keep looks like something out of Castlevania.
Yeah. It definitely looks inspired by it, for sure.
Yeah. We're going to Dracula's castle, everyone. Gravestone. Nice.
Fire!
Great Bridge North.
Ow.
Are your hands clicking?
Huh?
Or was that? Did you just click
That
your fingers?
crack? Yeah, that
Yeah.
was my fingers popping.
Jesus.
See?
Yikes.
Yeah.
So if I do.
I'll get more.
Okay, if I pump. Yeah, vigor. Okay, I'll pump my. Just got my vigor up to 34.
Okay.
We go. Oh, that's a dragon, isn't it?
He was sitting literally like right there.
I was like, that's not a pile of rubble, is it? I was like, and then I just noticed like the face, like the teeth of the dragon. I was like, ah. I was like, that's exactly. Oh, ghost flame.
These are the new dragons.
Oh, goody. I mean, we could probably ride on horseback, right? First.
But you absolutely could.
Yeah.
It's whether or not you want to.
Good. I just lost a shitload of health.
He stepped on my face.
He stepped on my face.
Ghost flame hurts. Yeah, so you gotta be careful because ghost flame deals frostbite.
Yeah, I noticed it was quite nasty.
Bruh, quit like sidestepping on my face.
I'm scared. I don't know when he's gonna like do his ghost flame attack.
Jeez.
Oh, I hit his leg.
Nice.
Go for it.
Stab you in the eye.
Go, my boy.
Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah. I'm helping you.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm like, yeah. I mean, I staggered it, so I got the final bit to stagger it. I'll take that. I don't have any stamina. Oh.
Funny that these things are actually like super immune to bleed.
They?
Oh hey, I staggered it. No, let me around. No! No, you bastard!
No!
But yeah, these dudes are like super immune to bleed, which basically just nullifies like everything that I have for pocket cheddar. Ow.
Ow. Really hurt. Well, I've lost my horse.
No, that's it. Hit it like once.
I know, I'm trying. Oh!
Wow! Die!
I got greedy, that's all. I could make it without getting hit. Oh, nice.
Stab you in the toe.
Good stuff. Good fucking stuff.
Stab him in the toe and he died.
Yeah. If I literally just if I'd swung once more, I would have killed it. But no, it's a...
Yeah, that's why I was like expecting you to just swing until it died.
I was swinging, and then it just the flame got me.
Well, I'm still dying, so let me get back to the campfire real quick here. Take you back. I didn't even level up yet. I'm at 860,000 souls. I can't even level up yet. I need 898,000 souls to level up.
That is a
Jesus
lot.
Christ. Yeah. Now. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab some tea from the kitchen real quick.
I'll go grab my runes then while you do that.
Yeah, go for it. Just don't die again.
Yeah. Oh, you love to see it. You just love to see it. Voila. No, I'm fine, thank you. Uh... At least I got my runes. That's something, I guess. Yeah, I know, because your game keeps crashing, mod.
Wait, what happened?
Well, luckily, I got my runes, and then the mod crashed.
I was gonna say, I just come back and suddenly I'm back in my world outside of Mesmer.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, we weren't here yet. Why the fuck am I here?
Yeah, literally, I got my runes and then turned around, like black screen. Like, okay, thanks.
Gee, thanks, game.
Exactly. Let me level up first, and I will open up the thingy-my-bobby. Okay. Inventory. Any great part? Oosh, right. World's open for you. Wait, did you get your tea?
Huh?
So did you get your tea?
Yeah. It's really easy. I've just got like gallon jugs of Arizona iced tea up there. I grab the one out of the fridge and put a new one in the fridge because by the time I go back to the fridge, the one that I got out will be gone.
Yeah.
I drink tea like a gallon a day. That's why I like making like real sweet tea though, like fresh brewed sweet tea, because then it doesn't fucking matter if I drink a gallon a day. I can drink as much as I fucking want as long as I make it.
Woo! The rules don't apply to me, bitches.
I don't have to worry about spending like $9 a jug of tea.
I guess we avoid.
Yeah, I'm going for the.
Oh, the ballista, yeah. Yep.
There. Now you can do whatever you want.
Adam. Oh, ow. That hurt.
Heal and then
Oh, we brought backup.
yeah. One of them tooted a horn. I see you over there fucking storm something. Ow!
Yep.
Kill my horse.
It's so bad. Well, I got some Mesmer soldier armor.
Nice. Ow!
You throw your fire at me.
Yeah, I got the perfumer robe. I didn't actually have that armor set yet. Okay, come over here. There's a bonfire over here. Get this first, and then we will worry about what we need to get out of this camp.
Okay.
Oh, hold on.
Ooh, a wild Kirilla. Oh. Yeah.
Curlia.
Curly. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't know my Pokemon names, okay? The K threw me off. Place is empty. Probably. Thank you, Faye.
Oh, sorry, I gotta find somewhere else to lurk in for these drops now.
No, it's all good. Oh, is there like a running Twitch drop with No Man's Sky?
Yeah, this weekend, and every fucking day it's something different.
Okay. Oh, I got a Scatter Tree fragment.
Nice.
Might be able to upgrade that blessing now. Maybe? Yes, I can. Let's go.
Fuck. So I was searching directly for the person that I remember lurking in for like Nightingale drops back when that first came out. And so I just typed his name is Captain. And apparently fucking Captain Sparkles is live right now.
Oh.
Fucking what? The hell is he doing live? Nobody's heard of him in like a decade. The fuck is he doing live?
Making a comeback.
Yeah, really. Come back to Minecraft, boys.
Also, I'm 10 years older.
Yeah, God. Didn't he say that he was like leaving YouTube and stuff though? I thought he was like done.
I don't know.
Alright, where'd you go? Where'd you run off?
I'm like... Yeah, I'm by the statue.
Okay, come here. We gotta take out these perfumers over this little wall right in front of me.
Okay,
And there
yes.
should be a chest around here somewhere that we can grab for you.
Okay. Get wrecked. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. There's more!
There's the chest.
I see the chest. Oh, watch out. I know you're fine, but I just like to say watch out, just by default. It should be me that's like, should be worrying.
You're just reassuring yourself there.
It's trying to, at least.
So, okay, yeah, get your thing out of the chest there.
I got a perfume bottle. Biospark
Yeah.
perfume bottle.
So that's a new weapon.
Ooh. Oh, can I do the thing that those
I think
perfume
I showed
people?
you those. I think I showed you those a little bit.
Oh, yeah. And you could like, yeah. You were like, oh, look at these little bottles I got. And I was like, oh.
Yeah,
Nice.
here,
Yeah. That is pretty sick. You need like faith magic for that, or?
For the fire spark ones, they are strictly dexterity.
Oh wow! So I could use those.
If you wanted to. They're not a bad secondary weapon.
I'm gonna say I might put them in my offhand.
They're not like super strong, but they're decent for just like
Just throwing some magic out.
AoE damage.
Yeah. Yeah, wait. Wait, do I fat roll now? No. Okay, thank God.
Yeah, they weigh almost nothing. They're only like a pound.
I thought maybe I, tip of the iceberg sort of thing. Oh, that's sick. I love it.
I told you the new weapons in this game are fucking cool.
Thank you for the contribution, Jax. Appreciate it.
Now these are the Madness Flame.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
You need more than dexterity for that?
Yeah, you need all four of them. You need strength, dex,
Fair.
intelligence, and faith for this one.
Fair. That is fair enough.
gonna go beat up a dog with madness.
Okay. It's already on fire. Ah, kill the soldier. Damn,
I
that's...
somehow staggered the dog with perfume bottles.
I mean, that's one way to do it, I suppose.
So now you stink to death.
Like, oh. I was like,
Oh,
no!
God, no!
No! I smell
No,
different!
God,
No! Why do I smell like fire?
Okay, before we do this...
Oh.
Hold on, there's a skull. That's okay. Let's replenish... Like, what we gotta replenish here real quick, and then hop on the horse and follow.
Okay.
So we've got a little bit of a jaunt.
Check. See, I see. Come on, kid, concentrate. Use your head. Me using my head? No. Much common sense there, Jax.
This way? Yeah, it should be this way. He believes it's this way.
Come on, kid, concentrate.
Ah, man. Yeah.
What are you doing? Get your sword.
Alright, you still coming?
Yeah, I'm behind you. I'm just.
Good. We're gonna meet Teolier, who's another one of the
Oh, I can see a cross.
yeah. This is Teolier.
Telepath cross.
Followers. Company of his followers.
Oh, another fragment. Wait. Oh, I was saying, wait. I abandoned here a part of the flesh of my body.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what he says. I can't talk to him.
What?
There's no like option to talk.
It lets me talk to him.
Hang on, do I have to rest at the bonfire maybe?
Maybe. You shouldn't have to, but I mean, it lets me talk to him.
Yeah, no, I can talk to him now.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not much good at anything, is all.
Oh, join the
I'm
club,
as
mate.
weak as a kitten and thick as two planks.
So, hey, do you want another
I've
set of
been this
perfume
way
bottles?
Since the very day I was born.
I mean, I wouldn't say no.
I'm afraid the only
He
thing
sells
I'm
them.
proficient in is
Oh.
Yeah.
poison.
Oh, it's poison version?
Sorry.
Yeah. Not just poison, deadly poison. It's like super poison.
Oh, deadly poison perfume bottle.
So it's kind of like if you remember Dark Souls 3, the difference between poison and toxin.
Oh, yeah.
It's basically that. Deadly poison is like the toxic.
Well, I'm definitely taking those. I need 18 arcane.
Yeah. And you definitely need to spec into an arcane build for those to be viable.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because otherwise they just do physical
give me the
damage,
word
which is
if you need any more
mediocre.
poison.
Yeah, that's fair. I got them. Just for purposes.
Okay,
Moderector
Oh.
should grab his own sword and smack enemies with that.
oh no, that is through there. Okay, never mind. I was thinking we were missing something, but no, we're not. Did I give you the martial arts? I don't remember if I did or not.
Don't know.
The fuck are my martial arts, damn it?
Oh, I got 2 somber ancient dragon smithing stones. Nice.
I did not give you the martial arts, okay. Yeah, so we should go get you some martial arts here.
Ooh, the impartial arts. Nice.
Martial arts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so before we do anything though, I think he's right over here.
The guy with the pot.
What? Oh, do you see him?
I said, oh, I just said, is there? I just guessed.
Oh, no.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it is up this way. I'm so lost. But yeah, it is up this way. Dude,
Yeah.
I'm so pissed. They removed this fucking global emote. I am so mad. They took away the spiritual global emote. I am so fucking mad.
Yeah, it was a limited time thing, wasn't it?
They didn't say it was supposed to be a limited time though. That's the thing.
Did they not? I thought it said on
No.
the. I thought it said on the thing.
It said you had a limited time to get it. It didn't say they were going to keep it for a limited time. And the badge is still there, clearly, because I still have the badge.
Yeah. Yeah, and I probably still have the badge somewhere.
It's just fucking dumb. Like, why would you get rid of that emote? It was, well, like, the best emote.
Yes, Twitch be Twitch. Oh, why? Who's
There's
talking?
armor right there on that dead guy, but I'm not stopping.
Brave Bird bracelets.
Yeah, we're going to this big tall tower, and then we're going to go
Oh yeah, I just noticed.
not to the tower here in a minute. We're going to go elsewhere.
There's like a bonfire next to it, so we got it like logged or something, or.
Well, so we're going to the tower, and we're going to get what's at the top of the tower, which is going
Right.
to give you some lore as well, but it's also a very, very good item, and then we're going to go back to that bonfire.
Ow.
Ow. That's all I hear from out the door. Is just, ow. Oh, God.
that was sketchy. I was like, don't do it, Ben. Don't do it. It's like, it's a mimic. Oh, ancient
No,
dragon
remember,
spinning
there
stone.
are no mimics in this game,
No, I know.
surprisingly.
Examine monument. The very center of the lands between. All manners of death wash up here, only to be suppressed.
Well, you're gonna have to pull the lever again.
Oh no!
Or do that. You're gonna have to go back up there now because your runes are gonna be up there. God damn it, Welshie. Can you respawn at the bonfire, or do you need me?
I'm at the gravesite plain bonfire. Hold on.
Yeah, warp to the pillar path bonfire and then head towards me. Head back up there to get your runes. Jesus. fucking Christ. Why would you jump?
I thought it was gonna go slower than that.
No. They realized that they had to make elevators actually move in the DLC. You're invisible on my screen.
Oh, am I? That's good. Oh fuck! I just lost half my health.
You're not invisible to them.
No, fuck
You're
no.
just invisible to me. Not great.
That was so funny though, because it was just like spinning and falling, and I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer. I was like, it's taking an awful long time.
I just heard the thud, and then you face plant on the elevator. That was all there was for me.
That was great. Okay, I got my runes back.
Okay. Let me know when you're on the elevator.
I'm on it.
Alright, are you writing it down?
Yep. Oh, what the fuck? Did you do that?
Yes.
You fucking bastard. Scared the shit out of me. I was like, oh. I thought I broke the game.
Woo, you're done. Alright, warp over to me. Back to the bonfire there.
Okay, hang on. I think I'm just gonna run it now because I'm getting chased by God knows what.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Whee.
I'm sure you hear that wailing in the distance there. That like, do you hear that? I mean, not right this second because he's done, but yeah.
No.
Okay, well, whatever. Come talk to this guy. This is Egon.
Oh, yeah.
He is probably one of the best NPCs.
I
Like,
am
he's definitely the
Belle.
best voice acted NPC. Like the best voice acting for the NPCs. His VA is phenomenal for this.
I will soon feast upon your heart.
Oh my god, he's pissed.
Mark
Yeah.
my words. You too shall know fear.
Mm-mm.
Ah!
Right, okay.
Yeah, he's very, very upset with Bale.
I don't know what gave that away.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Slightly annoyed.
Uh-huh. It's a little tiny bit. Okay, so but yeah, this is Egon. We're gonna help him beat up Dragon God.
Oh, right, okay. I see. I mean, it makes sense.
You bird. Oh wait, yeah, I guess we can.
I was like, yeah, we can just use the horse.
Well, I figured it would kick us off here, but I forgot it doesn't kick us off when an invader comes.
Ancient Dragon Man. Oh. 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 I thought you were going to backstab him.
No, you can't backstab him for a few bucks. But that kills him.
Nice.
Yeah. He's super mega weak to madness and everything else.
Nice. Turns out the Dragon Man's biggest weakness is fire.
Dragon Man's biggest weakness is himself.
Yes.
Oh god, I was like inside of the wall for a minute there. What the fuck?
Dragon's Pit.
Yes, we're in the armpit now.
Oh, lovely.
Oh hey, I can finally level up. Look at that. And I can level up a whole 1 time.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1 level, let's go! Fucking sick! 900,000 souls, yeah! Kill me now.
I think I can. I'm just checking. I think I can level up. So I'm just up that quick.
You're gonna go for it.
Yeah, vigor. Why not? Get some extra health. Oh, hello. Oh, you hit like a truck.
He also breathes fire because, of course, he does.
The dragon's pet. Of course it is.
Okay, remember, these are the ones who live in death, so if you don't kill them with holy, you have to smack their bodies on the ground in order to kill them.
Yeah, because they're undead. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I noticed the glow on when the body fell.
Yeah. You're gonna hang right and go up the stairs first.
Up here?
Wait, is it? No, never mind. No, it's down here is where we go up.
I'll say that's the way we came in there. Whoa, hello. Oh, nearly resurrected itself. No, we hit it like 5 times.
Yeah, fuck those guys. I'm going over here. Just come over here and grab this item and then come with me.
Shadow Realm Room 2. Nice.
And then through the window.
To the wall.
To the wall.
Oh, ow, ow, ow.
Yeah. All time. Well,
I went to jump and just went, no. I got hit by a scythe.
Are you able to revive or no?
No, I'm just getting warped. But where, I don't know.
Well, that's what I mean though. Is like, are you spawning at the bonfire or?
Yes, I'm at the
did it
bonfire.
just- yeah, are you watching me?
No, I'm at the bonfire. Sorry.
Okay. Well, get back down here quickly. This is not a good place in here.
Okay, so I gotta try and whip my way back down again.
Ow! Ow! It hurts. Everything hurts. Ah! Everything hurts. It all hurts.
The pain. Oh, yep.
Yeah, do you see what I'm dealing with? Look at this magma just spewing out of this hole.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, fucking.
The fuck? Oh,
There's
it's...
a magma up there. That's why.
Ah.
Alright, get the other one before you. Okay, let's try this again.
Okay, let's... Oh, shit. I think I just realised. I didn't rest the bonfire, did I?
What?
I got that hopelessness rot essence.
Whatever, it's fine. Eh.
Oh, another dragon. Oh, no.
Magma. Yeah, he hits really hard. It is DLC.
I know. I'm just...
I staggered him!
Ah,
And he's dead.
He's dead.
I staggered him right as he started spewing, too.
Yeah, right towards me, and I was like, ah.
Just, oh my god!
I'm gonna die.
Oh, wait, he's dead.
Yeah. Item. Ooh, not resin. Okay.
Alright, and then once you're done, you can jump down the hole and come this way.
Duke. Wingstone 5. I think I actually need that for the reverse grip swords. That's kind of
Nice.
handy. Yeah. Yep. Yay.
Hang on a sec. I gotta go help get the food in. Be right back.
Yeah, no, it's nice. Dun, 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 dun. I think I need 6. Smithing stone 5. I think I'm 1 short. Which is a shame. But somber smithing stones, I have a load. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then jumps to 8. 8, 9, and then a ancient dragon one. Oh, I can upgrade, wait, no. Can I upgrade my mimic? Yeah. Just looks like I'm hacking my pothead. I need to hold it for protection. Oh, that's funny. That's really funny. I will create a ring for dominance. Just gonna stand here menacingly. So dumb. It's so dumb. Oh. I hope everyone's having a good weekend so far. I think I'm going to be, I think I might do a test stream tomorrow because I'm swapping my motherboard on my PC tomorrow. Hopefully. I know it's brand new virtually, but it's just a little bit better. I can get more storage space and whatnot on it, so, and more USB slots, so. I'm probably going to try and do that tomorrow, hopefully. So I'll probably do like a test stream. Whether it's like, we'll play something like multiplayer game or something to try it out, see how it goes. That's the plan, I think. Oh, yeah, this DLC is brutal for me so far. I know it doesn't help. I haven't played it in like 2 weeks, so my skills as a Dark Souls player is worse than worse, so to speak. Well, the main reason for it is I can have, because I've got a M.2 SSD on a USB at the moment, so okay. I'm hoping to hopefully with the new one I can put it directly on the motherboard and stuff. Welcome back. No, that's fine. You're all good. And then hopefully, the USBs on the new one will give me a capability to have a better capture card. So that's kind of the plan. Yeah, I was.
Stone for you to read down here before we do anything else too.
Okay. Oh yeah. Be brave. Show no fear.
Have no fear. Underdog is here.
This looks ominous. Oh, is it one of these invisible paths?
Whee!
Wait, what? The fuck? Oh no.
What?
Okay. Oh, there's a boss right down here. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I need one more Smithing Stone 5, and I'll be able to upgrade the things, the reverse grip swords more.
Yeah. Alright, I'm ready when you are.
Let's go. Ancient Dragon Man. Whoa. Okay. Ow, why'd you... I know you hit hard, but... Oh, no, I don't like that. Ow! Let's go. Ooh, Dragon Hunter's Great Katana. Ooh.
Now, don't be stupid and touch the light, okay? Come this way.
What? Oh, right. Yeah. I saw there was a door and I was like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, the blue light. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh, another bonfire.
Mm-hmm. Because
Oh.
that dungeon leads to another area.
Is this like another like dragon place?
It's Dragon's Peak.
Oh.
It's literally called the Drake Peak or something like that, or the jagged Drake Peak.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're now invisible.
Jagged Peak. There you go. It's Jagged Peak.
Foot of the jagged peak.
This whole fucking mountain
Yeah.
has one bonfire on it.
Oh.
So
Huh.
be ready for like a boss rush of dragons.
Okay.
Yeah.
Something tells me I'm not going to be ready for this.
No.
Here goes nothing, I guess.
They still got me with that somehow.
He angry. Whoa.
Name lightning.
Nice. Good old fire lightning. Don't see that.
Guess what?
What?
The wind up on his tail sucks.
Yeah, that hurt.
Nope.
Got it.
There you go.
Got it. I was like, no. Nice. GG's.
And fell. Burrito get.
Ooh, we got another dragon scale flesh and a dragon heart.
Okay, let's go this way and get the one bonfire down here. Then the only other bonfire is literally at the top, which blows.
This, yeah, you're not kidding with the whole boss rush, huh? It's a big old sheep. Big old goat.
What do you think of this one?
That's a big one. That's
Are you
even bigger.
next to me?
You're invisible, so I don't even know where you are.
You're invisible.
And you're invisible, yeah.
Okay, here, I got off my horse. Don't come over to my marker.
Come.
Because you're invisible on my screen.
Yeah. A big.
Flickering. Yeah, see,
That'd be-
that one's the big go.
Big goat.
Dead.
Yes. I now pronounce this goat dead.
D-E.
A-D. Dead. Beep, beep, beep.
There's a cookbook on this body right here.
Whereabouts?
Inside this little tower thingy.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, your thing's like flickering like crazy, and it's like sometimes
Yeah,
it's in like
that's
three.
how yours is for me.
It's like you're in 3 different places at once, and I'm like, okay. I think you are, I guess.
You got the cookbook?
Yes, I got the cookbook. Yes.
Okay, cool. So, rest the bonfire, talk to the Dragon Lady or whatever, and do your stuff here.
Oh shit! I got a shitload of. I got a
Grab my
shitload of.
burrito.
Okay, go for it. Level 102. Let's go. 40 dexterity, endurance as well. Bye, lady. Hello. Hi.
Warrior true.
Yeah.
Picture yourself feasting upon a dragon's essence.
Oh yeah.
On the throbbing heart of the oldest, vilest dragon of them all. It would be the purest form of communion, the fullest sating of your hunger and your consummation as a dragon whole.
Do I devour draconic essence? Then?
Yes. Sorry.
As it should be.
It's alright.
Now, seek
The jagged peak. Ah, okay, so now it tells us to go to the top.
the oldest and
Ah, Bale. Yeah, we've got to help that guy.
Yeah, so the dragon hunters are hunting down Bale and all of his inbred kin because Bale committed the cardinal sin of challenging his lord, which was Lord Placidusax, if you remember from the base. Or wait, we haven't got there yet. But Lord Placidusax, the dragon Elden Lord from the base game,
Yeah.
Bale challenged him and then, like, hurt him a bunch and then fucking ran away like a little bitch, basically.
Warrior true.
Ah, okay. Hi, kitty. Tell Ben he's a butt. Blah, blah, blah.
Kitty, your butt.
Okay, I got the ancient dragon blessing thing.
Now do the communion at the big bowl.
Okay. Examine altar, right? Oh, why is it flickering? Oh, okay. Communion with Bale. Yeah. Oh, no.
Check both options.
Okay. Or we can channels Dread Dragon to roar with a heatwave blast. Channels Dread Dragon to strike with flame lightning infused talon bone. Oh, Ghost Flame Breath. Wow. We need, how many do we need? 3. I have 7. Okay. Channels Dragon to spew Ghost Flame Breath. That's kind of nice. Do I take or do I just observe? I need 23 faith though, so I'd have to change my build, so yeah. That's fine. I've checked both options anyway.
Give me a second, I'm gonna go get his napkin.
Yeah, no worries. Kitty tells you Kitty says that they're a brat. Get it right. How goes the game? It goes good. We've had the mods crashed a few times, so that's been fun. Not my PC this time around, so yeah, but the mods crashed like 3 times for me. But yeah, we're gonna fight some dragons, and whilst Ben's eating a burrito. All good.
Kitty is both a butt and a brat.
Dun dun dun. How would you respond to those allegations, Kitty? I hope you're well. He ain't wrong. Guilty. Hope you're well though, Kitty. You're doing good. I mean, I'm being good. Just doing some. Oh, you did some artwork. Oh, nice. What artwork are you doing? If you don't mind me asking. I do like a good art piece now and again. Oh, now I'm gonna yawn. Lovely.
Yeah.
Okay, so I checked both options. There were like a list of things that you could get
Yeah.
and stuff.
So the Bale one, obviously, you have to do 2 playthroughs, so you can get Bale's
Yeah.
heart and get both of them and stuff. But the other one, you can get the Ghost Flame whenever you want, as long as you have the Dragon Heart.
Yeah, I got the Dragon Heart. I just need 23 faith, I think. What do you...
Real quick. Oh my god, you just disappeared from existence.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Oh my.
I love that. I love how that's like George Takei's one line in Family Guy.
Are you doing a sleepy kitten holding something, but waiting for the go ahead before you finish it? Oh, nice, nice.
Hey, I see another Furnace Golem.
Wait, what? What?
Do you see him off in the distance over there?
Oh yeah. Huh.
Yeah, we'll worry about that later.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Later.
way later. Yeah. Like, I don't necessarily want to deal with him today. Later.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Well, if that's the one I'm thinking of, I think that's the one that has armored feet, and the armored ones are fucking annoying.
Okay. Is it like a proper like artwork, Kitty, or is it like a? Is it like oil painting or something like that, or is it digital like sketching sort of stuff? I don't know why I did that, but yeah. Am I ahead of you?
Uh-huh. I'm trying to ride a horse while eating a burrito, okay?
Oh, no, I was, because I was seeing it flash in front of me, your name, and I was like, and then I couldn't see the symbol, and I was like, hang on a minute. I was like, wait a second. I know you're eating. Oh, good. What's in the burrito?
Beef.
Oof.
Lots and lots of beef. It's a double beef burrito from Taco Bell. So.
Ah.
Like beef, cheese, beef, and chips.
Nice. That sounds very beefy.
Yeah. Pretty much just keep going up the path.
Wait, where'd you go? Cause
Up.
Wait, where'd you go out?
Oh my god. Come to my icon.
You're all the way over there? Oh,
Yeah.
fuck Island. Oh, right, okay.
I thought you were heading this way.
It wasn't. I stopped, and then
Oh,
it.
okay. Hold on. Go back to the Grand Altar of Dragon Communion. Warp back to that bonfire. Oh, hey, that's an A tier.
I saw like, is it the arch, like the big arch? You go up that way, is it?
Hmm?
Like in that where we fought that Drake. There's like an
Hold
arch.
on. Just go back to the Grand Altar of Dragon Communion. I'm gonna go back to my game and come back to yours and see if that fixes this invisibility crap.
Okay. Because no, I saw your icon to the right, and I was like, I went to the right to follow you, and I was like, hang on a minute, this is a fucking gaping hole. I was like, hang on a minute. This is probably not where you've gone.
Apparently, one of the No Man's Sky drops you can get for today is an egg for a specific alien pet.
Oh wow, that's quite niche.
That's kind of cool though, because then you don't have to try to like track down that species or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, because the way the universe works in No Man's Sky is it's randomly generated, and there's like different iterations of the universe. So like without story spoilers, if you ever are interested in playing it,
Yeah.
basically every time you beat the game, you like
Alter it or create a new.
like birth a new universe.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
Yikes.
It's literally like the end of the game is basically like a new Big Bang almost.
Oh wow.
You literally like birth a new universe and then start back over at the beginning of the game.
I'm guessing you keep all your stuff, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, you keep all the stuff that you had like on your character and your ship and stuff like that. And then what's cool though is if you set up like portals and stuff at your bases that you build on a previous iteration of the universe, you can warp back to the previous iterations whenever you want.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's like going from New Game Plus back to New Game whenever the hell you want, essentially.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's kind of neat.
Yeah, that's really
It was an interesting concept that they managed to work out with No Man's Sky. It was probably one of my favorite features.
Yeah, no, that's 100%. Yeah. Okay, I can see you.
Alright, good.
We ride.
You saying we ride like that just reminded me of the fucking Jack Black song. In the Chicken Supreme, Burrito Supreme. Fuck. Because there's a line in that song where he says, "We ride."
Alright.
We ride. Did you hear that Jack Black got, that Tenacious D got canceled out of Australia?
Yeah, because is there something to do with one of the guys said something about Trump? Was it? I think?
Yeah, one of the band members. I don't remember if it was Jack Black or Kyle Gass, or if it was someone else that was part of like the crew or something.
I don't. It wasn't Jack.
Like,
It was somebody else.
Someone said something, made a comment about the Trump shooting, and so Australia was like, "Nope, get out."
We don't want.
Then.
We don't want that shit here, please.
It's an amazing shit.
Yeah, I think when I saw it, it was something along the lines of, you wish that you didn't miss or something like that. It was like that. That's what somebody said, and I was like, oh, okay.
See, that makes sense to be like, okay, no, none of that. It's like wishing even as much as you hate the guy.
Yeah.
Wishing any
Yeah, I don't want to.
presidential or king or whatever. Like, wishing any of them dead is probably
not a good
not
idea.
something you want to be saying in public too much.
No.
Lest the FBI come kicking down your door.
I don't know if it was those exact words, so don't quote me on that. But like, I think it was something along those lines.
It wouldn't surprise me though. There's haters on both sides.
Indeed, indeed.
Related, can we like move back in with England?
Hey, you're more than welcome
Actually,
here.
you guys are not doing much better than me.
No,
Not right now, at
no.
least.
Not right now, no. We just had a general election,
It's
so
gonna take a few years to get your shit back together at home before we can move back in
Yeah.
with mom and dad.
we just had a general election, so probably now is not the best time.
Yeah, this is our election year too, so of course the shit's hitting the fan.
Yeah.
Alright, well, we can just sit here and watch like cucks.
Oh yeah. Huh. Are they the dragon hunters?
No, they're just two dragons that are fighting each other.
Oh. Huh. Right.
The
Oh
dragon
yeah.
hunters are Egon and like the people and stuff.
Yeah.
Like the ancient dragon chick that you talked to at the ball for the Moon.
Yeah. Oh, this is nice. You got any popcorn? Or like any snacks of some sort, or do I need to get some myself?
I have a burrito.
Well, I'll just stand here while you eat your burrito.
I kind of was hoping we could pause here a minute so I could eat more of my food.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, that's all good. You eat that burrito. Oh, damn, it's pretty popping off now, huh? Wait, where did that dragon go? Oh, it's back. I feel like I should play like Mortal Kombat music. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I didn't trigger that. I swear. I didn't swear. I didn't. No, it should be actually no.
Nope, just kidding.
Yeah, just kidding. It should be Skyrim music actually. The Dragonborn theme. I've seen an ultra realistic game graphics mod for Skyrim, and it looks nuts.
Oh, I can only imagine.
Yeah, I'll have to send you the video for it. It like literally looks like a next gen game. It's wild. I'm surprised that Bethesda haven't like just like got. Yeah. I'm surprised Bethesda haven't like got all those mods and just went, look, here's Skyrim again. It's like, oh god damn it.
Don't jinx it. You know they're planning it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Elder Scrolls 6 is actually.
Elder Scrolls 6 when you can release Elder Scrolls 5 17 times over.
Yeah.
And the poor bucks will still buy it.
Yeah, when we said Elder Scrolls 6, we meant Elder Scrolls 5.6.
Yeah, we did Elder Scrolls 5 for the 6th time.
Yeah. And this time, it's like remake. It's like...
This time, we're definitely not crediting the modders.
Yeah. Yeah. This was...
That Bethesda?
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, the Bethesda was like... I think it was something to do with Fallout 4, maybe? They were adding, like, community-created content as, like, paid content.
Oh, yeah.
But the people who originally came up with the concept for it and made it as, like, a mod on the community page weren't getting anything for it.
Wow.
Because Bethesda just took the idea and, like, made their own spin-off version of it and started selling it. Yeah, I think it was for Fallout 4. It was either for Skyrim or Fallout 4, but yeah, it was really bad. Just
yeah, that's not good.
Stupid Todd Howard decision because he's fucking lunatic. And not in a good way.
Yeah.
Not like Elon Musk lunatic. He's like really stupid lunatic.
Yeah, Todd Howard's just like, yeah, well, if you can't play Starfield, get a better PC, and it's like, well, actually, that's not the case.
You don't like Starfield? You're just playing it wrong. Oh, dick! Get the fuck out of here.
I think we're fighting the one that has the most health. Like a country mile. I don't like the look of that. Oh. I love how it's like Elden Ring, like boss music, and we're just standing here, like watching two dragons fight.
We're standing here menacingly.
About one of them dies, we're like, "What, are you fucking done now?" Have you done? You done squabbling? I'm just waiting for them to do like a flame breath, like a flame lightning breath, if it hits us, and then we're like, ah, okay. Well, one of them is literally nearly dead, so.
To the death.
Yeah, the one on the left is like got like a 10th of its health remaining. Oh no, the one that's lit up on my screen is taking damage now. Even a little bit, seeing a fair bit of damage to be fair. Oh.
Come on, Welsh, you start practicing those commentating skills.
As you can see, Drake number 2 does his flame breath. Or Drake number 1 comes in with a counter attack. Oh, gets a little bit of damage there. They both fly, planning their next move. Now they stare face to face, ready for the next attack. They circle round one of the crystals. Oh, and goes in for the kill. Oh, and Drake number 2 takes down Drake number 1 with barely breaking a sweat. He's lost a little bit of health, but he seems perfectly capable of fighting anything else that comes his way. Back to you in the studio. And cut.
First in time too, because I just finished my second burrito.
Oh, nice. You're now burritoed up. You got all that burrito power. Oh. I should probably snack on something, but it's...
Yeah. If you want, you can grab a snack after we fight this.
Yeah, I might do, actually. I might do. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. I had food about 2? That was 2? 3? Oh, it's been a while.
Have you seen you've seen Kung Pao, right?
It sounds...
Movie Kung Pao Enter the Fist.
No.
You've never seen that movie? Oh, okay.
No.
I was about to start quoting it, and I thought you were gonna.
Yeah, I was like, it sounds like it's one of those things where like I've probably seen it or like in an article or something, but like I've not actually.
You need to watch it. It's a movie that everybody needs to watch, frankly.
I remember watching a 30-minute like 34-minute YouTube video of like a short film called like Kung Fury. That was really funny.
No, Kung Pao is a comedy. Basically, this dude he bought the rights to an old like 80s Japanese action flick.
Oh yeah.
And then dubbed out all of the audio and dubbed all of his own in, but he did like 90% of the voices.
I can definitely see that. Oh.
It's fucking hilarious.
Oh, nice to the dragon heart. Nice, let's go.
I'm gonna need to hear Egon chuckling somewhere over here. There he is. Talk to Egon.
I should remember from that Kung Fury like sort of movie / film that like they did a David Hasselhoff did like the main song for it, and it's actually quite good.
Yeah. I forgot David Hasselhoff is like actually a successful German singer.
He's a pretty good singer. No offense to him. Summon thy soul.
Summon my soul. My limbs are limbs no more. My heart is twice over filled with fear.
Yeah, he's just like, here, take my finger.
But a dread
Oh.
warrior, I remain.
Okay.
And my soul yet lies on the mountain.
Egon's furled finger.
Yep.
Nice. Okay, so he's just gonna like wilt or something, or
Huh?
Proud
is he like gonna like wilt now or no?
Nope. He just sits there until we get to the top, and then when we get to the top, we summon him. And he delivers the best line from the DLC, and then we kick the dragon's ass, and then we come back down here and we get his stuff.
Whee! Oh, a lot of this. Let's go.
Yeah, it's gonna get pretty crazy up here.
Whee!
Flying ponies!
I wanna fly away on a unicorn. One land of freedom and night. That's what made me think of that song. It's actually pretty good. I found it on Spotify one day. It was actually a pretty good song. I can't remember what the band's called actually. Oh, Glory Hammer. What are they called? And like the song like album cover thing on Spotify is literally a knight, like full knight armor on a unicorn. And I'm like, yes.
It reminds me of like fucking Ninja Sex Parties stuff.
Oh yeah.
Theirs are pretty funny too. That actually, like, I heard one of their songs playing somewhere the other day. It wasn't on like the radio or anything, obviously, but I don't remember. It came up either like in a video or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I heard one of their songs playing the other day. I was like, what the fuck? I haven't heard this shit in years.
Yeah, I've
What
listened. Thunder and Lightning is not a bad song, to be fair.
Well, that Ninja Sex Party, I mean, like, they did covers of like real songs too.
Yeah.
Like, they've got some covers of like Elton John songs even and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You got a lightning bolt. All right.
This is Stena Sachs, by the way. Look at her and admire her. And
Yeah.
Don't die.
The red flame. I approve. I approve.
Red lightning.
Yeah.
For she is an ancient dragon and a very angry one.
Oh God.
I'm dead.
Oh wow. Okay, now
I
I'm
got
now.
stun locked.
Ugh.
I got stun locked in her.
Well, now I'm
lightning.
definitely fucked.
Now you got this.
Ow.
Oh my god! On my screen, the stamina meter is stretched like across the screen.
I got one shot. I got one swiped.
So go Stake of America.
Yep.
Because there should be a Stake of America like right before we get into the arena. This time, you're gonna go first.
Yeah, probably. Probably for the best.
Because I need to buff myself and be able to actually heal from that first hit that she does.
Hmm. Oh, no. I will... Are you here or you're on your way?
I'm buffing.
Oh, right, okay, my bad. I wasn't too sure.
Yeah, remember, it takes a little bit longer for me to load into your game.
Yeah.
And you go distract her. I gotta get my souls. Me souls! Because I'm back up to like 400,000.
Oh!
Wow! God damn it!
It was literally 2 lightning hits and I died. I was like, okay.
Yeah, this is gonna suck. Ow.
Fucking damn it. Yeah, she did that twice, and then I just died. I was like, okay. It's fine.
Ow. Bang.
Oh.
Cheated! You did it in front of running, you fucking bitch! Ah!
Yeah, that got me. Twice. Oh.
Jeez.
Ow.
I need her to drop. So she can fucking stagger. Wow, that just went through her fucking foot. What the fuck? Yep, ow. Eh.
Oh. Oh.
Cheater? That's my last one of those. I want to know how the fuck I did this fight on my first try with only 4 flasks in my own game on fucking new game plus 4. I'm not kidding. I did it on
That's
stream.
wild.
Too. Unfortunately, the VOD isn't published because Elden Ring likes to copyright fucking sound effects, it seems, in this game. But
Is it a similar build you're using now, or?
no,
Ah.
I wasn't even like I didn't even have this build yet. I'm dead. Yep. I
Unlucky.
knew as soon as I cast that I was dead.
Unlucky. Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't using this build. It was using a strength faith hybrid, double bonk with the great stars with cold on them.
Okay.
I had 2 great stars. The giant hammer that's basically like a giant spike ball on the end of a stick.
Oh, yeah.
I had 2 of those, and it was literally just like jump attacks and shit like that, and I dropped her like stupid fast.
Okay. Try again.
Second missile back.
Fuck. Fuck. Fuck.
Found a safe spot behind her foot. Yeah, so when if you... Oh, God. Nope.
Oh, poor Torrent. Poor Torrent. That's fine. You're good, buddy.
That was a really good hit. actually.
Ow. I've lost my horse.
Fuck you! Roll through your damn tail. Bitch.
Oh, I just took that hit.
Get away from me! Get away from me!
Jesus Christ. I just took the swipe. I lost like 2/3 of my
Yes, so
health.
did I. She like backhanded me. It's again. Yep. Oh. Now what? The fact that the lightning spreads after it.
Yeah, that fucks me over.
Just.
Oh my.
Oh!
Bro, that nearly one-shot. I had full health, and nearly one-shotted me. That attack. That was insane.
Oh.
Well, I got one attack in at least.
You bitch! Stop being a bit of fucking big ass hoe.
Big ass. Oh, don't throw it at me. Don't throw it at me, please. Oh, fucking.
I don't know how, but I rolled through all of that. Well, maybe not that last one.
Jesus.
Ow, or that one. Ow! Fuck off!
I think it homes in on you.
Stop cheating!
I swear, I swear it actually like homes in on you.
Oh! I got her to bleed. Nope, and I fucking hit the roll, but it didn't actually give me my iframes.
Oh,
Alright, well, you got this. Just try to bleed her or freeze her one more time, and you should get enough health off of her. Try to stay behind her feet. That's what
I tried.
Yeah, like whenever she does like any of her slams or her swipes, if you can stay behind her feet, the stuff tends to not hit you. It seems.
Yeah, it's I noticed like the red lightning. It just like it kind of hits and then goes like it like almost like locks onto you.
Double hits you and you don't get any mercy frames.
No.
After you get hit the first time, how it can double hit you like immediately in the same second.
Yeah, that sucks.
Brutal.
It shooks.
Let me refresh here, make sure I got my drops. 47% of 3 hours. God damn it.
So close.
Just stay in this jackass's stream for 10 minutes.
Well, if I use the fire,
Huh?
I probably won't work out.
I'm gonna go for my souls first. You go, Distractor.
Yeah, hold on.
Did you get yours as well, or?
I'm grabbing them now.
Okay. She's after
Right.
me. No, never mind. She's after you now. You're on horse.
What? Hello?
Ow!
Ow.
Tail. Ow. I don't know how I'm still alive. I fucking died immediately. Wow, I was in the process of
Oh.
drinking. It took the flask and it didn't heal me. Son of a bitch.
Fucking Jesus. Okay. I'm trying to think, like, is it because...
I'm gonna look at some of my stuff and see if I can tune this a little bit better to do more. Ow. You may not have heard it, but I just cracked both my elbows and shoulders at the same time. That's the
Oh.
fingers there.
I thought I had something.
It's really funny because when I crack my elbows at work, everybody looks at me like, "What the fuck?"
No, bro.
You're not supposed to bend like that because my elbows invert.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
Well, shit. As it turns out, I already have my like most finely tuned setup for this shit. So that sucks.
Come on.
Now I'm gonna get my shit before she murderizes me. Ow. Ow.
I probably won't even have time.
Fucking give me the shit before she murderizes me.
Oh my.
Piece of shit game. Yep. I barely got it before she fucking killed me. Because she just kept stun locking me with bullshit lightning out of nowhere.
I'm saying, is it to do with, like... No, it's not to do with, like, the water. It's just water. That wouldn't be... I can't imagine that'd be a thing.
I mean, yes, if you're in water, you take more lightning damage.
Yeah.
But this dagger is just...
Oh, yeah.
dagger.
Yeah. Jesus.
Exactly. It's fucking ridiculous. I got my souls, and like by the time I got my souls, I was missing 90% of my health.
Yeah. But when that dragon did, the dragon did that attack on you, like that killed you, and like I was on like 5% health.
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
I don't even see my souls anymore at this point. I think they're under her. Can you get her to move?
Yeah. Well, if I run in and grab mine, because they're over to the left. Please don't hit me, please don't hit me, please don't hit me. Oh, I probably should have leveled up. Shit.
Probably should have won.
I got like 128k souls, which is a level up.
Well, there's no bonfire, so remember,
No,
you
yeah,
can't
I know.
level up even if you try.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I got a hit off.
I got a few hits. That was better in terms of getting hits off.
Yeah, she did fucking stagger me immediately.
Oh, fuck, I wasn't expecting that move.
That one got me. What the fuck, dude?
It was like a swipe in the ground. That was horrible. Oh.
Sick! She just killed me in one fucking hit with that. I thought she was doing her slam, not her stupid fucking fire breath. That's cool. How the fuck am I supposed to get away from that? What is happening?
I don't know.
Why are we suddenly taking infinitely more damage?
I don't
Are we
know.
secretly getting those stupid curses without realizing it?
Maybe. Maybe.
We should check and see, because if it's not telling us, that's fucking stupid.
It normally tells me before, so
Exactly. It's supposed to tell you, like, before you respawn, or
I've gone
like
to the
as you respawn, it'll tell you, like, oh, you got
Shit.
this curse. What?
I pressed the bonfire one instead, didn't I? Oh, damn it.
Well. See you in 20 minutes when you
yeah.
get back up here.
Yeah, I know, right?
Do you remember the path at least?
I think so. Uses FP to increase all damage negation. Oh.
What?
The Ancient Dragon's Blessing?
Oh. It's a single-use thing, though.
Okay. I thought it would have been like, it's not like a flask,
Nope.
is it?
It's single-use.
And yeah, all my... Okay, I gotta run back. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is it just all the tornadoes again?
Yeah, you should be able to just ride all the things up.
Yeah, okay, it's not too far away. Just gotta run past the dragons, where we fought the dragons. Run past the guy who's thrown on the floor. Lifeless. Bless him. And then, yeah, up the wind
What?
things.
She's not here on my screen.
Wait, no? Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
I just ran in and got my souls. Yeah, she's just totally not here on my screen. You know what? I'm gonna take advantage of this. Hold on.
Yeah. Hold on
Cheat
2
just a little
seconds.
bit. I'm gonna go get us something that'll help immensely. No!
Oh. I just noticed the bar just popped up and I was like, oh, well, Ben's fucked. Well,
I
shit.
don't know why she wasn't there, and then all of a sudden, maybe because you weren't close enough?
Yeah, I think it's because I wasn't close enough.
I don't know. I guess technically you can run past her, because it didn't close off the end of the,
Oh, yeah, the thing's gone. Yes.
it didn't close off the end of the, fucking arena here. But yeah, so here's Bonfire.
Oh, wow, right there. Nice.
Yep. So there we go. We've got a bonfire now if you want to, you know, warp up to the bonfire.
Yeah, hang on. Jagged Peak Mountainside, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
that's one you're at.
yes.
Sorry. Yeah.
Sure.
Sure, I know what I know where I am.
That one. Why not?
I can. Oh, Scatter Tree Blessing. Oh, let's go. Yeah, it's now 5, and my.
Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
I don't see you on my screen. You're
I'm-
not here on my screen.
I'm sitting on the bonfire.
Yeah, no, you're not here on my screen. Get up from the bonfire real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're just not here on my screen. Let me try warping and see if it fixes things. See if, like, refreshing the area fixes it.
Oh.
Oh, there you are.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, let me double up real quick.
Yeah, that was really weird. I don't know why you were just completely invisible. Oh, hold on. I almost forgot.
What? Okay, my dexterity's 40. My vigor's 30.
You're right, your dexterity's 40.
At the moment, yes.
Okay, I would keep pumping that. Get dexterity to at least 45, and just trust me.
I'm like 2,000 short of a level up. I'm just gonna check if I got any. Oh, I got a Shadow Realm Rune 2, which will give me a level up. That's nice. That's another 10k. Thank you very much. So I can get my dexterity level to 42. And it bumps up my body immunities as well. Nice. Stuff.
Okie dokie.
Right, so we can actually fight
the dragon properly now, I guess.
Well, kinda, yeah.
Kinda, yeah.
We come back down.
Let's go on horseback. Whee! Oh, this is a real steep slope. Like if you ran down this hill, you would be rolling and falling, and then you'd just die by the
There
time you
would
get
be
to the
no
bottom.
running down this hill. You would trip and roll.
Yeah.
immediately, and then break every fucking bone in your body.
And
before
die.
you walk.
Ah, thank you, Jack.
You would never be able to sprint upright down that.
No. Oh fuck. Ow.
Now.
Oh, I think I noticed it goes. It's like scatters in like a cross. I've noticed.
Oh my god! Fucking stop with the swiping.
Oh
Swiper,
yeah,
no swiping.
yeah. Your stamina bar is now like across the whole screen for me.
Yeah, that's what it was showing for me. Also, she doesn't have a health bar on my screen. This is really weird. What is happening, dude?
Is there more
I'm getting hit
bugs?
by shit that I shouldn't be getting hit by. Whatever, just fucking kill me. Bitch. Just kill me over here so that way I can get my souls easier, though.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Make it at least a little more convenient. Please. Yeah, a little further.
Oh.
What? Oh, I know what killed me. I was like, wait, what?
Like frost.
No, it wasn't frost. So the thing that I have in my physic flask right now
Oh yeah.
takes away health every second. It ticks away my health every second, but it boosts my damage by 20%.
Oh, I mean that's
So
kind
that's
of
why I have it, because it's like, okay, if I can
that's
deal
very good.
a huge burst of damage and then just heal myself, I should be okay.
I mean that's fair. I was just looking to see if I had anything different for my wondrous physic bottle, but I don't. So.
Alright, play now. Cool. That's all of today's drops from. Fucking. Which one? Sorry. What was it?
Change rules between wanderers, separate self from others. Converts runes into temporary power. Oh, wow. Converts runes into temporary power. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I still don't know what that one does.
I'm guessing it boosts your damage temporarily? The runes you have?
I do not know.
Sacrifice 32,000 runes for a rune arc. Oh.
Wait, that's what it says?
Yeah, that's what pops up.
Interesting. So it gives you the benefits of a rune arc at the cost of runes. That's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah.
Because then you don't have to consume rune arcs if you just have an abundance of runes.
Yeah. Oh, you need 32,000. That's the amount you need. Okay.
Yeah, you consume 32,000.
Whatever runes. By,
runes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Interessante. Juno's a lot of fun to play as in Overwatch 2? Hell yeah. Nice. Glad you're enjoying the gameplay.
There we go. Wait, did that never? Oh my god, my screenshot never went through. I thought I sent it to you and it never went through. I was wondering why you didn't say anything on it before.
I've just seen it now. That's actually fucking hilarious.
Ah, yes.
It's like, oh. Sharp gravelstone.
Those are used for making like dragon scale flesh and stuff like that or something.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, my runes are literally on top of where she's sleeping.
Oh, cool. So yours are where mine used to be.
Nice.
All right, let me get my buffs going, and then I'll see if I can't get her out the fucking way for you, and then, or you can go in and try to get them, I guess.
Yeah. Fuck it. Oh, Jesus Christ! How am I gonna know where they're gonna go?
Did you get your runes?
Yes, I got him. Like, no, I meant that with the lightning attack. She, like the lightning bolts that come down. It was just like in front of me, and I was like, well, what the fuck am I gonna do here?
Yeah, exactly.
Like the only way I can dodge the lightning
Like,
is if I
hits
have.
up on her, but like, I don't see her health bar on my screen.
You did a good chunk, I would say.
Yeah, her health is like, ow. Yeah, I legitimately just don't see her health.
Ow! I think the way I'm managing to avoid their attacks, like the lightning attacks, is by literally jumping on my horse.
Yeah.
That's
Ow! Fuck off with that. Yep. Don't. You fucking whore.
Fuck
oh
me.
my god, dude, the fucking delay on this lightning is so annoying. Yeah, I legitimately can't see her health at all, so you're gonna have to tell me how things are going.
We're about half health now. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay. I didn't realize things would go backwards that far.
Jen.
Yeah, we're about. She's third health. Third health.
It is
now.
fire. Oh god.
It's third health. Third of health left. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me.
Ow.
Stop doing that, please. Got a little bit of a hit off, not much though. Oh fuck!
I'm dead.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh, God.
I'm so dead.
Bro.
Oh, okay. About a 10th left.
10. Yeah, that is not where her health is on this thing.
Yeah, about 10th, 5th maybe, something like that. Oh, fuck. That's not good.
What? No! I couldn't get away to heal in time! Son of a bitch!
That was our best attempt though. Probably one of our better attempts.
Why it's not? Make sure you're going to the last Grace visited as well, so that we can rest and get rid of.
Yeah. I don't know why it's.
Whatever.
I don't know why it's showing the option.
Yeah. Well, because we're close enough to the stage.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Let me try running in to see if I can initiate, because she's not getting a health bar on my screen, and that's not good for me. Like, if I can't
that's
see
fine.
how much health she has, I can't tell necessarily when would be a good time for me to back off and heal, or just push until I get, enough damage out to make it doable.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Because if I can get her down to, like, you said like a 10th of her health, if I can get her down that far.
Yeah, it was like 20. It was like 15, 20%, something like that. I would say, if like just like guessing, like it was definitely under a third.
Great. I think my souls are under her now.
I think my runes are behind her.
Alright, Santa Sax, get your fat fucking ass over here. Okay, good. She has a health bar this time. Yeah, mine were behind her as well.
Oh, fucking hell, dude. Like,
Oh my god, fuck off of that.
Oh, no, 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 no.
What? How did that hit me?
Fuck, 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 fuck! Get my runes, thank you.
He hit me with the fucking...
It's weird, like, sometimes the lightning is, like, really far range, and sometimes it's just not.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's really hard to tell which one it's gonna be.
Oh god. Please no fire!
Oh,
God.
that wasn't fire.
I think you're distracting her by dancing in circles, though, which is really funny. Although this is not good because I can't move.
Yeah, see, that was like pittance. And then...
And then
Oh,
this shit
that is
gonna have
bad.
insane range. So that did decent. Oh god. I can't roll anymore. Nope. Yep. I literally couldn't roll, dude. What the shit, man? You're also riding around on nothing. This is crazy.
Am I? That's funny.
Yeah,
Really funny.
you're like standing bow-legged, but like 2 feet off the ground. It looks really funny. It looks really fucking funny when we're
Oh god. Stop that, please. Ugh! Oh, I dodged the first one. Oh god, that's starting. Thank you, bed. God, fire. Ah! How I fucking dodged that, I have no idea. No, stand still.
Exactly. Every time I go to cast my shit to her feet moves, I'm like, well, fuck, I'm not gonna hit it then.
I don't want to stand in front of it, 'cause I'll just get walloped by its fucking lightning.
Especially when you're on horseback, you pretty much have to stay behind a dragon's feet. Otherwise, you're just gonna get smacked by everything. And when she knocks you off your horse, you're just dead because you
Yeah, that's because I'm stun locked. Yeah.
well, because yeah, they decided to make it so it's like, oh, if you get knocked off your horse, you're stuck in this standing up animation for like 9 seconds. So
Yeah,
whatever it is you're fighting is just gonna beat the shit out of you in the meantime. And there's no way to like stand up faster by rolling or pressing
No.
A or anything like that. It's like there's no way to get up faster. You're just stuck in this vulnerable state for so fucking long. It's not fair.
Yeah, you do that, buddy. Oh, fuck off.
To be fair, you did run like directly into that lightning.
I know, I saw the one and I was like, yeah, that's fair. That's on me. Doesn't help I'm like locked on, so I can't really see what's happening.
I generally don't lock on unless you can lock on to the feet.
That's
which on the ancient dragons you can.
Good to know. Good to know. Oh, don't turn, wait. Thank you very much. I didn't want none of that. I'm just periodically jumping. I'm like waiting for the lightning attack to hit. Okay, fire. Fine. Ugh.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I think I'm either hitting the foot or I'm hitting the tail, it seems, at the minute. I'm guessing, like, if I hit the head, it's more damage, like, too?
Yes, but it's a lot harder to hit the head.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
If you do, like, heavy attacks on the feet, you can stagger quicker.
Yeah, that's fair.
Stagger them. That's why I generally focus on the feet, and I tell people to feet.
Come on, where's the fucking cold frostbite shit? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
No, don't do that.
Please. I don't want to die. Not today.
Oh, that's actually a pretty good price for that.
Ah! War cry. Oh, shit. Flame, 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 flame. Now, can we eat your tail instead? This fight is taking so long. We've had 3 minutes of ads, and now they're finished. How I didn't get hit by that, I don't know. Ah! Well, I'm out of flasks now, so that's fun. Okay, I got one more flask actually. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, wait. Get the fuck out of the way of that. Oh, fuck. No, 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 no. Not this way. Please not this way. Well, now I'm well and truly fucked. Okay. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Yep.
I heard the ooh. Is it finally time for me to tap back into the game?
Yes, it is. I got knocked off my horse and I lost all my flasks and
Again, like I said, once you get knocked off the horse, it's game over because the
Yeah.
game is like, oh, you got knocked off your horse? Let me take 11 years to stand back up real quick.
yeah, and just the fact that like you need that mobility against that dragon. So
Yeah.
I got the right idea
Again,
though
I have
now.
no clue how the fuck I managed to do this first try the first time. Like, literally, the first time I ever encountered her. So, like, I didn't even know her movesets yet or
No.
anything to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna dodge all this shit. No, it was just, nah, I'm gonna go in and bonk her to death. Like, fucking what? Literally, it just proves that bonk build is best build, apparently.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, because I did the same thing with fucking Mesmer. Mesmer only took me 3 tries on my first playthrough. Because I just bonked him to death. Or no, 2 tries. No, it was 3. Yeah, it was 3 tries on Mesmer. Because I had one where he killed me almost immediately.
Just like yeah.
But yeah, I had 3 tries on Mesmer.
Hmm.
Before my bonk just murdered him because he couldn't do anything. I kept staggering him, and then I got the visceral off.
Yeah.
And then Like, he went into phase 2, and then my Mimic and I both using Bonk just staggered him again immediately and killed him, like, immediately. Because we proc Frost and Bleed simultaneously. Like, it was
I got my
insane.
runes.
Okay, I got mine.
Up! I've already lost my horse. Oh, and I'm on fire. My stuff.
Oh, God. Okay, she's flapping at me. Ah, she's flapping at me. Uh-oh.
Okay, I got my horse back.
She's gonna... Careful.
Fuck.
Speed, what? Give me the bleed procs. Oh, I actually rolled through that one. Fuck yeah, let's go.
Oh, fuck off.
This one's gonna hurt. Ow. 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 Ow.
Oh, the dragon swooped in literally over you.
Question it. I'm just...
Up.
Well, you're dead.
I got knocked off my horse and just then pummeled.
Uh-huh.
I got stepped on.
Ow.
Okay, Ben, you are the
Stop
master.
it. At least she's still, like, stabbing you over there.
I know,
don't have to worry
I know.
about it yet.
Cool looking dragon, though. It is a very cool looking dragon.
Oh, I know. Sanasax, the ancient dragons are the coolest by far.
Yeah. And I noticed that, Ben, you being so nice to Welsh, so he heals.
Hold on. Notice what?
I noticed that, Ben, you being nice to Welsh, so he heals.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know.
Next to what?
Being nice to me, apparently?
Yeah, but what? Huh?
I don't know.
I usually try to be nice to you.
Yeah, I know.
Every once in a while, I'll be a troll because it's funny, but, like, I never am, like, a dick if I can avoid it. No, not fire. No, not fire! Ah!
Oh, like, do you mean the... Wait, no, I'm just thinking, like, group heal, maybe?
That. Okay, that's fine. You can do that. Ow, never mind.
No, Ben's very nice. Okay. Yes.
Stop it, I'm trying to stab you in the feet.
Please. Give me them toes.
Oh, I beat your fire this time, bitch.
Give me them toes.
Exactly.
Give me them toes. Did that? Huh? The first one you did literally was... It went into the... Why is it not taking damage anymore? The fuck?
Ow. Nope. Yep. I couldn't time that one right. Fuck, man! Like, my fucking bitch was standing there waving her staff around instead of casting the fucking spells like she was supposed to at one point. Literally, she was standing there.
I know, I
waving
could
the
see you.
staff
You were like
I was
waving it,
out
and
of
it's like,
like
huh?
I was out of focus or out of fucking, or like had the wrong spell equipped or whatever. She was just waving the stick around instead of actually casting. What the fuck, dude? I clearly had focus too. Like, I saw my meter was full.
Crazy.
Hang on.
Is Ben's character also female?
Yes.
Yes.
I almost exclusively play female characters.
Nice. Oh, this storm is so cool. Yeah, it's not bad, is it? Fire lightning. Not like your typical general normal lightning. You could say it's a firestorm.
This is advanced darkness.
This
I
is
don't even remember what that's from. I just remember that line. Advanced darkness.
Yeah, you could say it's a firestorm technically.
Yeah.
With
I mean,
it,
the heading is fire lightning.
yeah, with a fire lightning. Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Well, it is and it isn't actually.
Yeah.
Technically, the fire lightning isn't until you get to the very top. Before that, it's just red lightning, which is the lightning of the ancient dragons. Because the
Yeah.
ancient dragons wield red lightning, but then one dragon in particular wields fire lightning, and that's Bale.
Lovely. If it's anything like this, we're gonna have a whale of a time. Well, this way, we're probably not gonna get to him by the time we finish.
No,
But
we're
we
gonna
will.
get to him.
We will. We will. I believe. Oh, fuck.
Get out of my way!
Nice, sounds good hit. Oh, fuck off. I dodged the first one.
What's happening? I'm just trying to stab her in the feet right now.
The Senex did the swipe.
Oh,
Nice.
fire!
That's fine, that's
Ow,
fine,
jeez.
that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine.
Yeah, I was trying to run away from it, but I couldn't. Oh god, that hurt.
Yeah, they fucking suck. Ugh. Oh, come on. It's for me to dodge that.
My god, dude.
Oh, fuck.
So keep forgetting that we can totally use our mimic wishes.
True. Oh, wait. Huh?
What, did you die?
I just straight up died from one swipe. On a horse.
Fire!
Just bonk. One little swipe.
Yeah, because she lightninged you while you were in water.
Fuck yeah, that makes sense.
Now. 10 seconds gonna hit me. Yep, I knew that was coming. Oh.
Dude, that fucking attack sucks.
Pushed me so I couldn't get off on her fucking foot.
Oh, fuck, that was close. Gee. Whoa. Holy fuck. Oh, yeah, just get stepped
Stop
on.
it!
Thanks.
Nope, I couldn't fucking get the flask off because she immediately changed and chained into the next combo. Ugh.
Shit. Shall I? I fast travel to Round Table for any upgrades? See if I can do anything worth or no.
Sorry, what?
Is it? I said, should I try going to like round table just to see if I can upgrade my weapons or anything, or?
Yeah, see if you can like upgrade your swords at all or something, maybe.
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
Well, I took you for no matter.
Yeah, I've died a shitload of times, mate. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I am. I'm fucking one short.
One
of,
stone.
I'm one smithing stone 5 short.
Oh, you're at round table right now? On my screen, you're still standing next to me, but running around again. Doing this shit again. Jesus Christ.
And the people with the bell bearings won't have them, will they? No, no, they got smithing stone 4s. Ah. Okay. Smithing stone 5s. Oh wait, can I?
Greetings. Are you here for
Spirit tuning. No, I need another. I need a level 4.
Back already.
Already.
Lay out your arms.
How do you I lost my train of thought.
What's up?
Do you know like how I've got like cold on my weapon? How do I get to that menu again? Is it Ashes of War that I do that on?
Yes. Yeah.
Because I still got blind spot, but then is it? Okay. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. So I got poison, moth flight, bloody slash, or chilling mist.
Yeah, so the Ashes of War will dictate what elements you can put on the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of them will only be like bleed or standard kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Some of them will like only be magic and cold or like standard stuff. So like, but then there's some that are just kind of like general. You can do just about anything with them.
Right. Yeah,
So,
gotcha.
on those swords, though, I would recommend keeping either cold or bleed. Just because
Yeah, I got
those
cold on them.
two
On them.
elements are still the most busted in the game.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The
Yeah, I
only
need it.
thing is that bleed falls off at the very end of the game because the final 2 bosses are completely immune to bleed.
Right. Okay, so I need to find a smithing stone 5 then somewhere.
Alright, no worries. We should find more. There's plenty of them in the DLC. They give you a bunch of like 5s, 6s, and 7s in the DLC.
Okay, so I got 2 6s and 2 7s. So if I get the 6, I could technically level
For
up
Stomber
twice.
or for standard?
Standard.
Okay, because remember, it's 12 per upgrade, so...
Yeah.
Like 12 total per stone per...
Yeah. Because I need 6, so I think I'm on the last one now.
Then 2, 4, 6.
Because I need 6 for the last one, so I think I'm on the last one of the Smithing Stone 5. So I need...
Yeah, if you need 6 if you need 6 5s, then you're on the final 5, and then you can do the first 6 upgrade that you have, but then you'll need 4 6s and then 6 6s.
I need 10.
Yeah. But again, we'll probably find most of that stuff, and if not, then at some point, if we need to, we can go back to the base game and just find
stuff.
Find the bell
Right,
bearings
so
or whatever.
yeah, back to the mountainside. Yeah.
Huh?
We're going back to the mountainside bonfire.
Yeah, I'm still chilling here.
Oh, right, I'm back.
It's funny because when you came back, suddenly the storm picked back up and stuff. Like it wasn't making noise or anything until you came back, and then now all of a sudden the storm is back.
I can use the Blood Dragon Hunter's Great Katana.
The what do I?
The Dragon Hunter's Great Katana. I can use that.
Oh, so that technically deals more damage to dragons. It is a weapon worth upgrading.
Okay. I've only just noticed it now because it's a Great Katana like / pierce weapon, and it's more dexterity than 20 dexterity and 15 strength you need for it. Is that normal or is that somber?
What?
The Great Katana.
The Dragon Hunter's Great Katana. That's the one you got from the Ancient Dragon Man, right?
Yeah. But is that somber?
That's somber.
Yeah, I could probably upgrade that a little bit
The
actually.
Ancient Dragon Man is somber. There should have been one you got from the like swamp area near the Ghost Flame Dragon that we fought. That was just called Great Katana. That one's a standard.
Yeah, I got the dragon one, I think. And have I got the No, I don't. I only have the Dragon Hunter's Great Katana. I don't have the normal standard Great Katana.
Okay.
Well, I don't have any runes, so.
Look at the map. Back where we fought the dragons, so back by Great Bridge North bonfire, that little like pool of water west of that bonfire. That's where the Great Katana is sitting. It's just called Great Katana.
Okay, so if I went there, I could go and grab it.
Yeah, but we can worry about that later because it's not something you're gonna want to try to upgrade right now.
I do like these dual blades. I might try it the dragon one because I got a load of somber stones. So
yeah, the dragon one is one that a lot of people were using because of the weapon art having that like hyper armor and throwing like a projectile.
Oh, okay.
So it's a really good weapon art. Plus the fact that it deals extra damage to dragons. A lot of people have used it on like while climbing this mountain. So
yeah, and it does blood loss and stuff like that. So
yeah, exactly, and it has default blood loss as well. So. Let me hold on. Let's see if we can get shit ready.
You gonna go first, or am I?
I'm gonna go first just to make sure that I can get the
the health bar spawn. Yeah.
Show up. Yeah. Ow, I jumped. Okay. That's fire.
I've lost my horse already.
Yeah, I heard it. Ow. She bonked me with her tail. I do not like. Same I am. Oh, somehow she didn't fucking hit me with that. Ow, that she did. Ow! Fuck off with that. That should not have hit me. Oh, this sucks. That didn't hit me. How did that not hit? Breathing fire into the side of the mountain.
Yeah, as one does, you know. I'm fucking
You
doing.
can throw your little temper tantrum over there when nobody is. Uh-oh.
Oh. Yeah. Fucking hell, that was
I dodged it by jumping at the last second.
Oh, nice, good dodge.
Run. Run away. Uh-oh.
Yeah, these lightning attacks. Ah, it's fine.
Yeah, ow. Fuck off that hit me. God damn it.
Oh, fire, 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 fire. See you running. Oh, that was so funny. I shouldn't laugh, but.
Uh-oh. That's gonna hit me. Oh god, somehow I didn't. Let me out. Stop hitting me with that. I hate that her wings deal no damage, but they just stagger you out of everything that you're doing.
Yeah,
it's just
fucking
it's so
sucks.
annoying.
Oh.
Like, it literally doesn't do anything except annoy you.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I hit her in the face.
Oh.
I face tanked a shitload of damage, but I hit her in the face. And I got a decent bleed proc off.
Fucking hell, dude.
Uh-oh.
I need to. Yeah, I need to get back on my horse too. I lost my horse. That's twice I lost my horse now.
No, stop doing it!
Oh, flame.
Good, maybe I can do this and fucking bleed Procker.
Well, let's go. Let's go.
Please!
Let's
Yes!
go!
Fucking die!
Let's fucking go. Oh. Thank the Lord. Ben's probably got run screaming around the house. Fucking yes. It's just thrown down on the floor. I love it.
Brawl out in a puddle. Like, Alright, let's do it again now.
Yeah, yeah.
Now we have to go deal with a more annoying dragon. Oh, God.
Well, at least it's done.
But yeah, at least that one is.
At least it's done.
Yeah.
That's all we can
Alright.
ask for.
Actually, I'll say Bale's not as annoying as her, honestly. As much trouble as Bale gave me initially, now that I know his movesets and everything, he's really not that bad. Like, Bale's just one of those ones that's really hard to learn because his moves are so, like, sporadic
Right.
that it's hard to see the telegraphs. So,
Yeah, the prompts and stuff.
well, yeah, like, it's hard to see, like, him winding up for an attack because he doesn't really do, like, wind-ups. He just kind of does the attack.
Yeah.
You just have to know, like, you know, okay, this attack comes after that attack,
Yeah.
and you know, this
I need to be
combo
right
is
here.
done
Yeah.
after this set of attacks, kind of deal.
That's
But
good.
once you figure all that stuff out, he's really easy to tell as long as you can understand like the timing,
moves he
the
does.
dodges, and stuff like
Yeah, I'm here.
that.
Oh god, that's a lot of dragons.
Oh,
You okay?
yeah, I just didn't make it all the way up.
Oh, right. So just follow this cave in. Yeah.
There should be a bonfire up here soon. Yeah, there's more of those gravel stones or whatever, the sharp gravel stones or whatever on the dead bodies out there, but
Oh,
it's
these
up to you
fucking things.
while they're with it. Yeah, we don't need to worry about them. Just grab the item and we can go.
Oh, fucking. Come on, pillage the remains. Oh, nice. Ancient dragons with this now. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you for releasing me.
Dragon's collarbone.
Right, where are you now? You...
Me up.
Oh, you're higher up, yeah?
Yeah, I'm at the bonfire now.
Where
Much
is...
of the Brest.
I just fast traveled because I have no idea.
Grace Tyson. Huh?
So I have no idea how to get further up.
There's another spirit spring, or you can just warp now that I triggered the bonfire.
Probably the best way to go about it.
Make it a little bit easier for yourself here.
Yeah, otherwise I would have been running around for fucking ages.
Alright, so rest, make sure you're squared and set to go, because holy shit, what we're about to deal with.
I'm just gonna level up real quickly. 44 dexterity, yes please. And I will bump up HP as well. So my dexterity is now 44.
Get it to 45, and then if you wanted to start pumping like strength and vigor again, I'd say go for those. Or like if you wanted to play around with any of the spell stuff, then you could do like faith and intelligence and stuff. Because generally speaking, like I don't know how much you care about sticking to the like meta levels or whatever for like build settings.
Right.
But if you're like me and you don't give a shit about any of that stuff, and you just want to like play around with all the fun toys that you want to try or whatever,
yeah,
then
I think
it doesn't really
I'd be
matter
more.
like what stat you focus on after a certain point. It's just like, you know, put points where you need them to use the fun stuff you want to use.
Right, good. I see. Oh, this looks
Oh, so after the fight starts, come back over here, and Egon's summoning sign should be right about here.
Okay.
If it's not already.
It's not there, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
do I have to use?
you probably have to trigger the fight first, and then his sign will appear in here.
Oh right, yeah. You gotta use his finger, don't you?
No. His sign just shows up. I think. You can try using his finger to see if it lets you summon him, but I think
It says summon Drake Warrior Egon from his sign. Oh, I can't. Yeah, no.
Yeah, if it doesn't let you use the finger, it's just like having the finger is what lets you see his sign when it pops up.
I see. Right.
But yeah, so yeah, go ahead and trigger the fight, and then you can come back here and summon Egon.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yes, there's Bale.
Hey, buddy.
Look at him. Look at his wing and shit too. He's missing a leg. He's got like a torn up wing. Both his wings actually are torn up.
Well, yeah, that happened. Just two-shotted.
Well,
Lovely
he didn't
stuff.
summon Egon, so I need to die because we have to have Egon summoned, otherwise this quest line doesn't continue up. Oh wait, can I summon Egon? I can summon Egon. I can't. I think I can. His summoning sign is there for me. What the fuck?
Yeah, I was saying it wasn't where you highlighted.
I said it was kind of in that area. I didn't remember exactly where, but it was kind of in that area.
No, that's why I was like kind of like panicking looking for it.
I know it's like right by the door. It's literally like right as you come in by the door, either like in the middle or off to the right a little bit. Yeah. And this time as well, I can get my buffs applied before I start the fight.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, the like capes flapping in the wind with this like dark, ominous cave here does look really fucking cool for that.
It does.
Alright. Ready when you are.
Oh, let's go. Oh, yeah, there's the summoning sign. Egon.
You back no! Literally the best line of the DLC right there. You got sat on, didn't you?
I got squashed. He's got a bow. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, Egon's got a Dragon Slayer bow.
Oh. Well, that happened. Oh god, I didn't even pick up any of my runes. Oh.
You didn't pick up your runes? Shit.
No, but luckily I leveled up beforehand, so it's not too bad.
Okay.
I think it was like a couple of...
How many did you lose?
I think it was like 6,000, something like that.
Oh, 6,000. Oh my god, stop breathing fire right in front of you, you fat cock.
Was it like dragons all of a sudden? They're just like, yeah, that's, yeah.
Oh my god. He won't stop.
Oh, this music though. I'm kind of glad I died quickly, to be honest.
You what?
So I'm kind of glad I died quickly. I wouldn't be like pulled around in the dragon's mouth.
Yeah, so you don't have to deal with the bullshit that I'm
Yeah,
dealing with.
yeah, exactly.
Fucking breathed on all the time, unable to do fucking anything. He's doing it again, you fucker! Stop it! I'm literally like out of flasks almost because of this shit.
Oh, he's gonna fucking. Oh.
Uh-oh, I'm in a bad spot. Yep, I was in a really bad spot for that.
These two.
And then he takes off and starts shooting flame lightning fucking heat seekers down from the sky at you. And then blows up the arena like that.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, you see the shit that is happening?
What I would, yeah, I am watching, and all I can say is a spectacle. It's a fucking spectacle.
It's just fire and lightning everywhere. Like,
trying to navigate this fight looks
ridiculous,
horrible.
dude. Huh?
So trying to navigate this fight though looks horrible. It's just orange and red everywhere.
His foot just perpetually getting hit by lightning. I couldn't do anything. Is he not dead?
I think he might be. I can't see him anymore.
I can't tell. I haven't seen anything that said Egon died.
Oh no, he's alive. He's alive. I see him. He's in front of you.
Oh yeah, he's over there.
He's over there next to the dragon.
He needs to get Bale's attention because. Oh, stop it, Bale! You turd.
He's a bard.
What?
He's he's an archer, a bard. He's not a tank. Not a tanky boy. Oh, there you go. There you go. Oh, here you go. Oh shit! Look at those wings, though.
And then that. Oh, God. Get me out of here!
Christ!
The fuck out of here!
Oh no! Oh yeah, I think you walked into that one, I think. Holy!
I'm out.
This is mental. I feel like I'm not gonna lie, my eyes are hurting from watching this.
Yep, I couldn't fucking dodge roll through all of it. What'd you say?
I said there was so much light, my eyes are hurting.
Yeah, how do you think I feel when I'm sensitive to light? I had to turn down the brightness for this fucking fight. Because of how absurd this fight is. I mean, it's epic, but it's like, holy fucking epilepsy, Batman.
Oh wow.
Jesus Christ.
Dragon Communion Harpoon. Wait, huh? I didn't summon him. What the fuck? Why has he been summoned already?
It's probably because of the mod.
Oh god, it is, yeah, it is, isn't it?
Let's see if he's still there. If not, then you can go ahead and summon him again, because yeah, we need him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he literally just spawned in. Wait, I can summon. Oh god.
You can summon him again?
I think I can. Fucking jeez, I can't even last 2 seconds in here.
You got fucking sat, dude.
Twice in a row. I got sat on.
Yeah. So like I said, his shit is fast and annoying, and it hurts a lot. But like, once you get the timing down for like his fucking moves and shit, it's not that bad.
I didn't even get a chance to breathe. I'm just like, donk.
Really?
Okay.
Oh god. Ow. You You really gotta pay attention to his shit when he does that. His big fucking slam.
Yeah.
Puts on you. Fail, you dick! Oh, ow, why?
And you can't even use your horse here, can you? At least on the other dragon you could use your horse.
Does the other dragon technically count as a world boss?
Yeah, yeah, no, not an actual boss. Yeah.
Proper boss.
That's fair.
Yep. Fucking saw that one.
Wait.
We got Egon. Ow. Ow.
Jesus.
As soon as I saw the wind up there, I knew I was fucked.
Fucking hell.
Egon, you missed, you loser. The fuck? There's just like a hand floating around over there. What the fuck?
Well, phase 2 time. Again.
No, bueno. Yeah, Egon's invisible on my screen.
Yeah, he's doing something. I don't know what he's doing, but
Oh, he's dead.
He's
Well,
dead now. So it's just you. So
Yeah, which is not good because he needs to be alive. I don't know if you saw what just happened there.
yeah, I saw the pillars and you just
Literally
rolled
just
into
like
them.
a chain of lightning, continual strikes in that spot, and I couldn't move.
Oh wow. Yeah, I managed to craft a dragon communion harpoon.
That's something that you get from Egon. So, like, it's probably because he's in there.
Shit, we gotta go.
What?
The dragon break warrior Egon summoned as a cooperator.
I mean, the boss hasn't spawned yet, so it's fine.
Isn't it? I can hear it.
Oh, maybe.
He was like, I can hear it. I heard the roar.
Yeah, no, he's just sitting there. Yeah, Bale was kind of just sitting there.
Fucking. Huh?
Hey, at least you didn't get sat on this time. Oh.
Hey.
Hey, you're alive for more than 2 seconds, okay? Don't complain.
I'm not complaining. Don't worry about it. I'm not complaining.
I know you're not complaining. I'm just saying, like, you know.
Oh, should I try sending him again?
Yes. Oh God! Ow, my face. Ow! Stop eating my face. Uh-oh.
I'm just scared to go anywhere fucking near him.
Ow.
The hail of harpoons! Oh, yeah, that's a lot of fire.
Excuse me?
Pardon you. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, this is not. Nope. I see you, like, trying to jump away from it.
Yeah, I was like, because that's gonna help. He's shooting stuff at me.
Just run. Just run.
This is what is fucking happening.
There is no knowing what's happening.
It's oh my. Ooh. Fuck, my brain hurts just from. I'm trying to process what just fucking
Trying
happened.
to comprehend everything that's going on.
Yeah. Oh god.
Yep. Oh, well, I didn't die.
In hell, I didn't take any damage somehow.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore.
I'm so close to death.
Are you okay, man?
I almost died.
Yeesh. Holy.
Oh, Bale. Bad Bale. Ow, Bale. Ow, ow. Stop it, Bale. Stop it, my face.
This is fucking.
Oh, God.
This is
My
fire.
I can't move. He just keeps breathing fire.
This is fire and lightning
Whatever. I'm going
everywhere.
down. You're going down with me, Bale. You're going down with me, you sack of shit. Oh, well, I couldn't get the final hit off. It's up to you. You literally just have to, like,
Oh my god,
spit.
no.
Just spit on him. Spit on him aggressively. There you go. You did it. Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
The dumbest fucking way to kill him.
Oh my god.
I had no healing flasks left, and I had like 100 health out of my 2200 maximum. So I was like, fuck it, whatever. I'm just gonna keep stabbing him with this bleed spell that hurts me in the process.
Oh, thank god Ego was alive at that point.
Samurai Edgerunner Jax asked me, why Elden Ring? Why not? It's like a beautifully crafted masterpiece that makes you question your life choices
I am questioning
while you
my
get
life
stomped
choices.
by a giant three-headed dragon. Who doesn't love a game where dying is just part of the fun? It's basically an art project where you get to rage quit. But hey, just remember,
Elden Ring's just basically
built
an art
Ford
project,
tough.
remember?
Huh?
Apparently, Jax went, why Elden Ring? And it was like, you know, because it's like an art project where you can rage quit. And I'm like, huh?
What?
Good old Ford
Fuck
F-150.
is Ford smoking?
Oh,
Well, hey, you did it. You got the heart of Bale.
yeah, I did.
You're a dragon slayer now, Harry.
Okay. 46 dexterity. I have so many runes.
Yeah, I've got enough that I can level up even. I got 500,000 runes from that.
Okay, my figure is now 40.
Yeah.
I got one more level to do.
Samurai Edgerunner Jax asked me,
Intelligence.
why Crash Bandicoot?
Yeah,
Why not Crash Bandicoot? It's like a nostalgia trip through a cartoonish jungle filled with spinning, jumping, and collecting Wumpus while dodging death traps.
Exactly.
Who wouldn't want to relive that joy as you send a furry marsupial flying off cliffs? It's like therapy, but with more crates to smash. And just like with your next adventure, remember, if you can handle the pressure, maybe you should stick to a cozy couch,
So it's
built
talking about
Ford
Crash
tough.
Bandicoot. It's like, oh yeah, you just jump around and then you push yourself off cliffs. It's like therapy, but with more crates to smash.
Fuck. What the fuck? Oh my god.
So yeah, you heard it here first, folks. Crash Bandicoot is therapy.
It's therapy, but with boxes to smash. Jesus Christ, dude. That's
That is magical. Fucking crying of laughter. Oh god. Maybe that's why I play it so much. I need therapy. Oh, great. Right, so we've got to go now?
Huh?
Where have we got to go now? Is it back to Egon's corpse?
Huh?
Is it back to Egon's corpse? Or Egon's corpse?
Yes. So wherever his thing is on the map, you need to go back there and pick up the thing.
Okay, I've gone to the closest bonfire. Oh god.
Samurai Edgerunner Jax asked me,
Why Superman 64?
Superman 64? Why Superman 64? Oh, that's like asking why you'd willingly jump into a pit of fire while blindfolded. It's a legendary disaster of a game that makes you question not just your gaming skills, but your life choices
That's
as
true.
you struggle to fly through rings and deal with horrendous controls. If you want to experience what many have dubbed the worst game ever, dive right in. Just don't say, I didn't warn you.
also want to go
Built
back
Ford
to
tough.
Altar of Dragon Communion and pick up what's there. There should be a couple things there for you to get.
Okay, let me,
Go get your gun stuff first.
yeah. Thank you for that, Jags. That was needed, I think. Especially the Crash one. Just comparing it to Therapy is like funniest thing I've ever heard in my life.
While you're grabbing that stuff, I'll be right back.
Okay, no worries. Oh. God, that fucking fight was just insane. Oh, I got his great bow, helmet, armor, gauntlets, loincloth, and I got his bell bearing. Oh. Fast travel then to. I can pick up the. I can pick up one of the. Oh, she's disappeared. Oh, I got a priestess heart. And a flowerstone gavel. Ooh. Is that? Stone gavel. Oh, it's a hammer. Oh, it's like it's a pierce hammer. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I need 15 arcane to use it though. Oh, that's the curved greatsword. Oh, I can actually use the curved greatsword now. Bang that gavel. Sold. Okay, so I can get either Bale's Tyranny or Bale's Flame Lightning. I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind taking the Flame Lightning, even though I won't be able to use it properly. But Jesus, that was an interesting. That boss fight was mental. Yeah, he just swallowed a dragon heart. You know, whatever. That's fine. Ooh. I might go to round table. I might go to round table hold actually. Yeah, if I got a ball bearing as well, I can get extra stuff to shop for. I'll do that first.
Alright, I'm back.
Hello. I went to I grabbed the priestess thing.
Yes. So the priestess heart.
Yes. And the gavel.
Okay. The gavel is a hammer, which is not a bad hammer. The priestess heart is a usable, like a reusable consumable.
Right.
Only it doesn't consume. But it's a reusable item that turns you into an ancient dragon.
Oh. Nice.
Yeah, so basically you would look like the priestess did.
Nice.
If you ever want to become a dragon, you can.
That is very, very cool. Okay, oh, no worries. I just noticed the time as well, actually, Cinema. Have a good night, buddy. And thank you for the GGs.
Speaking of time, how much longer do you think you're going to want to go? Just out of curiosity.
It is 25 past 11 now.
Well, I took you
PM.
It's all the same.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you wanted to wrap up, we can. That's fine. That's not a bad stopping point there with the chaos that was that fight.
Yeah. In all fairness, yeah, you're not wrong.
And this DLC is a lot of just like build up to an epic fight. Basically, that's pretty much all you're doing is just building up to an epic fight and then moving on to the next build up area to another epic fight kind of deal. So.
Oh, what's that? Oh, wait, what? Serpent God's curved sword. When did I pick that up?
That was in the base game. We picked that up in the.
Samurai Edgerunner Jax asked me, why Spyro the Dragon? Why Spyro the Dragon? Oh, why not step into a whimsical world where you can burn sheep and glide over picturesque landscapes? It's a delightful romp that takes you on a nostalgia-fueled adventure, all while collecting gems like it's your part-time job. Plus, who wouldn't want to channel their inner dragon and roast a few bad guys? It's basically a therapy session with fire-breathing fun.
Yeah, I think I might.
Remember,
I think I might call it that.
adventures like this require a truck that's built Ford tough.
Nice. So if I'm tempted to. Okay, so I did the Dragon Katana, the Great Katana. Isn't the curved great sword? Isn't that DLC stuff, or is that not?
The Serpent God sword?
No, the Bloodhound's Fang.
No, that's base.
That's base game. I wasn't too sure.
Yeah,
That's like
one of the base game like ultimate cheese weapons that people would use to carry them through the entire game because of its weapon art.
Or Bloodhound's Finesse.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Might upgrade that a little bit.
I wouldn't bother with it too much because it's not that useful against the final boss, and it's not as good as it used to be in general anyways, and they're like, unless you want to just have a build that's like the, you know, press one button to win kind of build, then it's not really worth using.
Ooh. Hello.
What?
I've equipped the Great Katana, the dragon one.
Oh yeah. So have you played Monster Hunter?
I have played Monster Hunter. I played World and
You
Rise.
haven't played Monster Hunter?
Yes.
Okay. Go jump over that railing into the little battle arena there at Round Table, and try out the Great Katana while two-handing, and you'll see the moveset is just a cut and paste of the longsword from Monster Hunter.
Oh yeah.
Not the heavy attack, the light attacks.
Oh yeah.
The light attacks are literally like
Monster
cut and paste Monster Hunter longsword.
That's sick though.
The one that's just standard called Great Katana is literally modeled after the longsword from Monster Hunter as well.
Nice. Okay, cool. I thought I might equip this for a little bit. So I pumped up to +4. So
yeah.
I might try that out next time and see how we get on.
Yeah, like I said, the weapon art's pretty good.
Yeah.
So people used that a lot with certain things. It's not super
Samurai Edgerunner Jax asked me, why Sonic 06? Why Sonic 06? That's like asking why you'd want to immerse yourself in a beautifully broken experience that feels like a fever dream. It's got everything awkward, physics cringeworthy storylines, and a soundtrack that's trying too hard. If you're looking to see what happens when a beloved franchise takes a nosedive, this game is your ticket. Just remember, if you're going to endure this chaos,
so you want to talk
better
about
have
Sonic
a truck
06? It's like,
that's
if you want
built
to
Ford.
play a game that nosedives a franchise, then Sonic 06 is the game for you. And I'm like, oof.
Harsh. Not wrong, but harsh.
I mean, I secretly like that game, but hey.
Yeah, there's always exceptions, though.
Yeah.
There's always exceptions that people are like, yeah, I still like that game, even though it's like the worst game ever made.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, it is terrible, but I
that's the worst game ever made. I mean, just like whatever the game is, it could be the worst game ever made, and people will still be like, no, I love that game.
Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't if someone said to me like, oh, what's a good Sonic game to play? The last thing I would say is Sonic 06. Like I'd only recommend that. It's like if they've played a few and they're like, okay, if you want a bit of a meme experience and want to know what the game was, just play it. Or if they have a decent PC, I would tell them to play Project 06, which is a fan remake of Sonic 06, and it's much better. but they haven't. It's not fully finished yet, so
Mm.
they'd only be able to do Sonic story, Shadow story, and Silver story.
Gotcha.
Not the final one. It's not the whole game. Oh, cool. Well, yeah, that I think fighting that dragon was probably the best way to cap it off, to be honest.
With just
So-
all the what the fuck is happening.
Yeah, I was just so much to process, so much to digest, and like so little time, you know.
But again, though, you got to hear the line.
I did. Curse you.
Bale!
That was so fucking badass.
Yeah.
So fucking badass.
It's funny too, because if we weren't playing in the like super busted seamless co-op mod, and you could actually hear his full dialogue,
Yeah.
he repeats it every time you summon him. For one.
Is it really?
So every
That's
time you
awesome.
summon him, the first thing you hear is "Curse you, Bale!" So that's why that line has become a meme on the internet now, because so many people had to fight Bale like dozens of times.
Yeah.
And every fucking time they would summon Egon, that's what they would be greeted with. So it's like, okay, yeah.
Fucking love to see it.
But on top of that, yeah, like the dialogue that Egon gives during that fight is epic too. He's basically like swearing off Bale and like all of his accursed children and shit like that. Like, it's dark as shit. Don't get me wrong. He's like, he's basically saying like, Bale, I'm gonna kill you and all of your kids and your dog and like all this other. He goes on a huge rant about how pissed off he is at Bale.
That's wild.
Mm-hmm. But it's really good dialogue. And it's to build that like
Sort of
to
storyline.
demonstrate the hatred that Egon has for Bale, because Egon fought Bale in an attempt to finally slay him and prove loyal to his dragon master, to his Lord Placidusax. But in his fight with Bale, Egon lost one of his fingers and both of his legs.
Oh God. That is that's one way to go, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Well, he didn't die. That's why Egon was crawling around on the ground there. He didn't die.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. I mean, that's one way to lose a fight. Sorry.
Trying to crawl up the mountain.
Yeah, it's one way to lose a fight, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
What I meant.
Mm-hmm. So, but yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for. We managed to. We hit our first. So like challenging. Well, not say challenging, but like, you know what I mean. Like we didn't like.
No, I'd say challenging. Santa Sax was kind of annoying.
Yeah, that was the first one where we were like, "Fuck, okay."
Yeah, like, all right, hold on, let me put my big boy pants on.
But we did it. We did it.
Let me sit up in my chair and put the beer down.
Exactly.
Both hands on the controller.
Yeah, as always. Oh.
Put away the DDR dance pad.
Yeah, exactly. Tell me how I'm using the dance pad now.
Oh God! Speaking of DDR dance pad, have you seen the articles coming out about what's her name, Miss Mika or whatever, beating Mesmer with a DDR dance, or beating the entire DLC with a DDR dance pad?
Oh yeah, no, it's just a lot of stuff like that, isn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the latest one she did, she was playing simultaneously and streaming both PS5 and PC.
Jesus.
And she beat the PC version on a dance pad while simultaneously beating PS5 Mesmer on a controller. She beat Mesmer in both at the same time. One on a dance pad and one on a controller. I'm like, fucking, what kind of like autism brain do you have to have in order to be able to comprehend that shit? Like,
that is,
mine is not that severe in order to be able to like Rain Man the shit out of this game like that. Like, how do you do that?
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good ending. Thank you, Jax. I think that was a good place to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're gonna raid Lycan. He's playing some Horizon Zero Dawn. You know, he was streaming earlier, but he's just gone back live. So that's where we gonna go.
I'm probably gonna go relax with Faye.
Yes, please do. after doing all that and
Yeah, after that ridiculousness.
Honest, yeah,
All right, thanks
you've
for
earned
having
it.
me, Welfie.
You've earned it.
Good playing with you again as always. I will probably see
Likewise.
you next week, right?
Likewise, yes. Hopefully next week. Yeah, should be fine. Yeah.
Provided it's not 9,000 degrees.
Yes, provided it's not 9,000 degrees. Yes.
Praying for rain again.
Yes, I will be doing my rain dance this week just to make sure.
Yeah, exactly. Put on the Aku Aku and go grab like a shaman totem and
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'll catch you later, man.
Yeah, catch you later, man. Take care, buddy. Oh, all right. Yeah, we're gonna raid Lycan. Like, I need like 20 minutes to like lie down and process what just happened. But again, thank you everybody who hung out and popped in and all that good stuff. Good to see you, Faye. Good to see Kitty. Yeah, Kitty. Yeah. And everyone. So yeah, we're gonna read Lycan. He was in here earlier, pulling off dad jokes left, right, and center. So yeah, we're gonna go say hi. He's playing Horizon Zero Dawn. He's doing the DLC actually at the moment. So I'm not 100% sure if it's a first playthrough of the DLC, but we're gonna. I think he's going through he's going through Horizon Zero Dawn. Amazing game, one I've played multiple times. Highly recommend to people to play. And yeah, well, I'll hopefully see you all next time for a stream. It'll either be, if it's tomorrow, it'll probably be like a multiplayer game again. If it's not tomorrow, if it's not tomorrow, then it will be Monday, probably with Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. So I look forward to that very, very much, because I do love me some Ratchet and Clank. So until then, stay safe, everybody. Hope you take care of yourselves. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend if I don't see you. And I will see you all next time. Good night, everybody. Take care.